This time I'll call our meeting to order, and I'm on the first line of business. We'll have Supervisor Smith will lead us in our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. But before we do the invocation, we would like to take a moment and recognize a very important member of the Snow Creek community that passed recently, Mr. Junior Law, who was very strong supporter of EMS in the Snow Creek area, and I'm going to give his supervisor, Mr. Nick Mitchell, and also Mr. Ronald Mitchell, a second just to comment on Mr. Law if you would like.
Junior will be greatly missed by the Snow Creek community and dedicated his whole life to the volunteer rescue squad down there, and he was well thought of by anyone you spoke to in the area, and he'll certainly be missed.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I'd ask Chairman for just a moment of silence. I think Junior volunteered for 47 years for the Snow Creek Rescue Squad, and he was a legend in my eyes. He was definitely a hero, and he'll be greatly missed. I thought the world of him, so I appreciate you doing the moment of silence, Mr. Chairman.
If you will, please stand with us, and we'll have a moment of silence in honor of Junior Law, followed by the invocation by Supervisor Smith.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today with heavy hearts for our lost firefighter and EMS provider in the county. We pray your blessings on his family and on his colleagues in Snow Creek. Lord, we come to you today also very grateful and thankful for the blessings that you have bestowed upon each and every one of us. We pray that you will be with this board as we seek to do the work of the county, and that you will instill in us courage and confidence and wisdom. Lord, we pray for each and every family represented here today and all of the citizens of Franklin County and their families. Lord, we ask your blessings in your sweet holy name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have a moment.
Yes.
I'd like to take a minute just to thank all of my colleagues here for the county staff and all of my friends for the many the calls that you made to my wife. She told me about all of them. I don't remember a lot of them, but she told me about all of them. And the many cards, fruit baskets, most of all the prayers. That's why I'm here today. As you all know, last month at this time, I was in intensive care. I had 7 IVs going in me at one time, and it was very tricky. And I supposedly had a heart attack and 2 strokes. I remember the stroke I had in the hospital. The rest of them I don't, and it's all from your prayers. Thank y'all.
Ronnie, let me just say it's good to have you back.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Well, Ron, I want you to know that we thought so much of you at my house that we didn't reverse the charges.
Didn't call collect, huh?
All right. Next order of business, we'll have the approval of the agenda. Before we do, I would like to, at the board's pleasure, Mr. Sandy gave me a letter here, and I would like to add this letter to Mr. Sandy's portion of today's agenda. That give him an opportunity to go over this with us in more detail later on in the meeting. What's the pleasure of the board as far as adding this to the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to add this letter from Mr. Sandy to this afternoon's agenda. All in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The record show there were none opposed to adding this. Now at this time, any board members have any additions or other amendments or deletions to the agenda before we vote on the approval of the agenda? Okay, not seeing any. Do I have a motion that we accept today's agenda as presented?
So moved,
With
Mr.
with the
Chairman.
addition that was made?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda with the one addition. All in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. There are none opposed. Okay, next item, we'll get into the consent agenda. I'd like to remind the supervisors that hopefully you've had a chance to go over this. If you've had any questions, to take those up with staff before getting here at the meeting. But what's your pleasure in regard to the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, it's not too early,
Right here?
to go ahead and approve the consent agenda,
Okay,
all 6 of them.
all right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented, all 6 items. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, all 6 items, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. None opposed. Okay, Mr. Daniels, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We've actually got 2 items today on the agenda. First will be my regular board report, and the second item is a short discussion about the upcoming secondary 6-year plan process. So a normal report, we've got several things completed. I wanted to highlight pipes and structures and what have you, but 2 bridges, one on 761 Robin Ridge Road, and another, I'm jumping around a little bit, but on 697 Brick Church Road. Both of those have been, the superstructure's been replaced, so which will remove the weight restriction that was in place, which is a great thing for all of us. I know that Mr. Mitchell had asked about, Mr. Ronnie Mitchell had asked about the paving on Route 697, and I'm happy to say they are paving that today. So that'll take care of that rough patch, if you will. When we replace those superstructures, rarely are they the exact same height of the beams and deck or whatever superstructure that was there. Sometimes they're a little lower, sometimes they're a little taller, depending on span length and what have you. But I know that was a pretty good bump that we had to deal with for a little while, but they're taking care of that today, and Robin Ridge tomorrow is our understanding. We've also completed a pipe replacement on Potter's Creek and some slope work on 220 near Taylor's Road. Moving down to the next 60 days, some of this is actually complete too, and I'll note that. But a big one is a pipe replacement just a little west of here that we're working with the town on. They got to relocate some water line and what have you right near Shively Electric that we've been dealing with for some time, the pipe and the channel leading to it and coming out. But that's well in the works, and the town gets the water line replaced or relocated, we're going to replace that pipe. 645 Mile Mountain, we actually closed it. Hopefully none of you even knew that, except by reading the email. It went very well. We did close it for 1 day, replaced a pipe that we needed to work on. It was an extremely long detour if you had to take the detour. It was probably close to an hour. It's unfortunate, but that's the nature of work up in that area. But it went well. We still have to pave the cut where we put the pipe in, but it was complete, no incidents, no issues, so that was a big deal for us. And Dillon's Mill is ongoing right now. We've actually got it closed for pipe replacement. We've got a tentative completion date of April 28th. Not a lot to report on land development or construction that we haven't already talked about. Project status, we've got Bar Ridge, which is still in development, but we will be working on that this season, this construction season. There's a couple things I wanted to highlight that aren't on your report. One of them is the spring public meeting. So many of you know every year we have a public 6-year plan meeting in Roanoke, Salem, has been in Christiansburg. That is scheduled for May 16th, which is y'all's next board meeting date. It is from 4 to 6 p.m. I'm hopeful that some folks from the county will be able to attend. I know it's a schedule conflict, but that is for the entire Salem district, and it's in the Salem Civic Center Community Room. And I'm sure, Mr. Whitlow, you'll be getting some more information on that date and time. Also, if you didn't know, it's Work Zone Safety Awareness Week, which is a big deal to us. Tomorrow is our Go Orange Day, so if you want to wear orange tomorrow, that'll support us. We also have a vigil up on Afton Mountain at our Workers Memorial that memorializes those that have unfortunately been killed while working in work zones and what have you. And you wouldn't think that it's that big a deal working on the road, but it's extremely dangerous. Right on down to our rural secondaries. The biggest thing is driver inattention and speed, where they just don't pay attention to what's going on and inadvertently crash into a piece of equipment, hit somebody that's working. Not in this state, but an example of it is in the state of Maryland very recently, and on a interstate work zone, and the workers were behind concrete barrier. I don't know if you saw this or not, but a car actually got in behind the barrier, killed 6 of those individuals, and I don't know how quickly.
Many?
6 at one time in one work zone crash. I highlight it because it's a big deal, but my brother works for State Highway Administration in Maryland, and he actually knew some of these people. He had worked with them, knew them by name, knew some of them some of their families. So anyway, it can impact all of us in the blink of an eye. So I wanted to highlight that. It's a big deal for us, and we got a lot of good people every day out there working on the highway, that work for us, and contractors that live in all of our communities. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that's my report. So I'll take any questions or requests.
Okay, anyone have any questions for Mr. Daniels? Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Todd. How are you?
Doing well.
Just a couple inquiries, if I may. First two are relative to the 2 roundabouts, Hardy and then at Brooks Mill. I've had some complaints about some of these itinerant, I don't know if they're itinerant businesses or what, but the signage that gets put on these roundabouts, I don't know if that is a VDOT issue or if it's a county/sheriff's office issue. But I know that I've got a resident down there that periodically will walk down there and pull them up, but they keep reappearing.
These are temporary popsicle signs.
Yes, like the,
We should be removing those. And
okay.
It's not just to explain a little bit, we used to see a lot of them in Westlake.
Yes.
And we try to manage those monthly or maybe a little more frequent. It depends on if we're ready to mow or not. We'll pay attention to it. It's definitely something that we need to address when it's placed in the right of way.
Thank you. On the Brooks Mill roundabout, I've had a citizen inquire about mowing and landscaping of that roundabout, and she's indicating that the grass is getting high around the center of it. I don't know, I don't pretend to know how your mowing schedule interfaces with the roundabouts.
So we will mow them more often than we mow our typical roadway, which is 2 to 3 times a year. Primaries, usually we try to mow it 3 times, our rural secondaries, twice. And if we do that, it's going to be 3 feet high in the roundabout. We'll definitely mow it more often than that. We probably won't mow it as frequently as we would like mowing our lawn. We did purchase a ride mower to manage these roundabouts. Ideally, someone would sponsor these roundabouts, the center, work with the county. The county would work with us, sponsor it. We would, allow certain vegetation types. I think there's a sign that goes with that indicates a sponsorship, but it's a program that we have that would, in my opinion, present the best appearance for these roundabouts. But
And I know there are opportunities for that, certainly in my district. I don't know that we've pushed hard enough to figure that out, but I think that we need to make it clear, and I do at every opportunity, that landscaping is not VDOT's responsibility, it's the mowing and maintenance. Is that correct?
Right, we're going to maintain it. Now, I will say that because the burnt chimney one just finished, some of the grasses that we plant in our construction projects, early on, they're meant to grow faster, shade the fescue that ultimately will come up. We did some mulching in that center of that roundabout, I believe. It can get weedy because we don't manicure it. We don't manage it except for mowing.
You get it.
So I say that just to say that early on, you get some pretty quick tall grass. We'll mow it, we'll mow it, we'll mow it. It eventually gets to a fescue and who knows what, probably some clover and other things along. But we'll mow more often than we do our typical roadside.
So the only other question I had, Todd, in your report, I did not see mention of the speed study in Westlake that we spoke of and it was referenced in our report last month. Can you give me a status on that?
It's in Salem, and we took it off because we'd already added it last month, so it doesn't mean it disappeared.
Okay,
And I'll leave that to the board's discretion. We can leave them in that section till we get resolution. We usually don't have enough in the queue to take up so much space.
so when you say it's in Salem, what does that mean?
Excuse me, it's our traffic, so we send those work orders to our traffic engineering section in our Salem district. The traffic engineers actually do the review all the data, look at current speeds of the traffic, what have you. Then they send us back the speed study results.
And you'll keep us apprised of
Oh, yes,
those
ma'am.
results?
When we get the results back, you'll know it. It'll actually come back in, what is this section? Completed safety studies. We'll have a note there when it comes back on what the results are.
Thank you, Todd.
ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Thompson.
Last week, I got out of the hospital, we had to go to Floyd. And guess what day we picked to go on fire? We had to get a hotel room because of the detour around.
It was a long detour.
I told Judy I was going to prepare you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long detour. Just picking.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all.
Kind of.
Todd, I appreciate everything y'all do, Mr. Daniels. One question, I have a couple of questions. Number one, what did the roundabout cost on 834 Brooks Mill Road and the Burnt Chimney Road?
Oh, total estimate.
Was it 3.4 million?
It's probably a little north of that, Mr. Cundiff.
Okay.
I don't know exactly.
I think it was like 4.42
Yeah.
or 4.3.
Yeah, it was, I don't know the exact number. I wasn't prepared to answer that today. But,
Okay.
and I'll tell you, that continues to go up, the cost of, great assets, but they do cost a little money.
Okay. First time I had a roundabout when I was in service, and it took me 2 or 3 tries to get off of it. I couldn't figure that thing out. I like the way y'all have the arrows and stuff in that one this time. It really looks good. And I'm not a big fan of them, but I think that one was done very nice. It's super nice. I really like that roundabout.
Thank you.
And as far as Barrow Ridge, I noticed here you said you're gonna start on that in the middle of summer.
Yeah, we don't have an exact date. Sometime this summer, the area headquarters is actually gonna do the work. So Glade Hill area headquarters will do the work.
Is that gonna be a lot of road changes, or is that just gonna be following the main road?
You pretty much follow the existing alignment. We'll take the unpaved portion, do some ditch work, and that road's already pretty wide, luckily,
Right,
in some
right.
places, and we're gonna hard surface it, but it doesn't go all the way to the end of the road. It just goes down to the bottom before you get to the creek at the bottom. We'll tie that down.
How far from the creek will it be before you stop?
So if I
Quarter
remember
mile
right,
or-
when we go down, and I don't know the exact distance, but we're going kind of down the hill at the end where we make that sharp left-hand curve. It's a house up on your left. Right there around that curve, we're gonna tie down is where we'll end the hard surface and you'll go back to
I
gravel.
know you have a lot of water problems right there, so I guess that'll be addressed when you get that done.
Yeah, we do some drainage improvements to try to manage the drainage. The rural rustics are not the perfect solution to drainage issues, but we'll help manage it.
Like I said, I appreciate what y'all do, and thank you very much.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Hi, Todd. Thank you for coming today. I just have a question. That pipe replacement on Route 40, is that going to alleviate some of that flooding issue we've had there in the past?
Yeah, so it will help some of it, but what we're not changing is obviously the road elevation of 40 and then how much water's coming down parallel. So water travels parallel to 40 and it's also coming to the pipe kind of straight in too, and it all gets in the pipe and goes out. What we've done, we've cleaned out the outlet ditch, which was causing a restriction to let it flow more. We're going to upsize the pipe, which will help it flow more as well. But if it rains hard enough, and I don't know what rate that would take, it still could overtop 40 before it ever gets to the pipe,
Right.
regardless of any restriction or not. So Will it 100% alleviate the flooding? I would say no. But it should take a very, very, very significant rainfall to overtop 40 and get into the parking lot and what have you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Don't see any.
All right. So we will move into our second part. Ms. Cooper's going to say a few things, and then I'll wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. It's that time of year for your secondary six-year plan to come out. And what staff is here today to request is to make sure after Mr. Daniel gives his brief presentation about this plan, that you vote to, or recommend to have a public hearing at the May meeting if possible. If not the May meeting, we would need it by the June meeting. So I will hand it over to Mr. Daniel, and he'll talk about the plan for FY 24-29.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. So just like always, Ms. Cooper mentioned that we have our annual revision to the secondary six-year plan, which, if you remember, has two funding types, tele-fee and unpaved road monies. Unpaved road monies can only go to unpaved roads that carry 50 or more vehicles per day. That's a very critical number. Tele-fee monies can go to any secondary project, although we do use some of those monies for some county-wide services, which is engineering, some right-of-way, and other things. So the biggest problem we have in Franklin County is we don't get a lot of money. So we get, on average, $300 to $350, $360, $360,000 a year in total. As history has shown, the tele-fee funds went down a little bit from last year. And the current year, which will be FY 24, begins July 1, is the only year the dollars are set. That's our budget year upcoming, no different from the county's budget. The remaining 5 years, in this case FY 25 through 29, are predictions. They're projections. So those monies can fluctuate through the Department of Taxation. Our financial folks in central office set these allocations across the state for every locality or every county. And it's based on miles of unpaved roads that carry the 50 or more a day. I think there's a population factor and some other factors. I honestly can't give you the exact formula because I don't know the exact formula. But in FY 29, and while I'm highlighting 29, I'll tell you in a second, we are getting $367,665. That's $134,497 in tele-fee and $233,168 in unpaved road monies. Now, last year, during our revision, the board added 2 roads, Novella Road, which is Route 635, and a continuation of Webster Corner Road, 744. You prioritize those as number 4 and 5, or the next to last and last projects on the plan. We add to the plan every year at the bottom, if you will. The Webster Corner estimate was $750,000. We were able to put about $320,000 towards it last year, which means we had a balance remaining, and we are putting another $325,000 towards it this year, but it will still have a remaining balance of $89,382,000. This is a draft, obviously, but I went ahead and programmed the numbers to see what we had remaining in the plan. So after all that's done, we run out of money to allocate before we fully fund the last project. So we don't have money to add a project for FY 29 for the out year in the project, in the plan. Now, we believe we will have money remaining on Timberline Road when we wrap up, close that project out. We are very, very, very confident we're gonna have money left on Bar Ridge when we close that out. Those monies will be funded right back into the plan. So they don't go away, we don't lose them in the county. And of course, we'll get an allocation for FY 30 next year, which should mean, and I'm very confident in saying this, we will have money, as we did last year, to add a project, or maybe 2, to the secondary 6-year plan but it'll be next year at this time when we start talking about it and the board ultimately adopts a secondary 6-year plan. Typically, we would have a work session with you all to go over these numbers. We are glad to do that again and go over all the numbers in very detail with you, because you'll see them on the plan when you adopt it. Or we can forego the work session. That is completely at the discretion of the board on how you want to plan that. I will ask that, obviously, we will update the secondary 6-year plan. We'll program the numbers, and then it'll come before you at a future meeting, and you will vote on it and adopt it. I would love to have it. It needs to be adopted in June, if at all possible, because it needs to be end of the fiscal year, and it rolls up under our bigger umbrella, the statewide 6-year plan that I spoke of earlier that we're having the spring meeting on in May. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll answer any questions, try to, or give any more information you may need, and then I don't know if you want to make a decision on a work session today or if you want to wait and how you want to handle that.
Any questions? Ms. Smith, you said you did.
Thank you. Todd, it's me again.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind me making just a couple preliminary comments, I know the plan's not in front of us for that purpose today. When I run the numbers for, the 6-year plan, we're sitting at about 1.7 million over 6 years for a county of our size. And I've read the code, I've pulled the code, there's a formula involved, but this is an anemic number demonstrated, and please know, I'm not beating up on you.
I understand.
These numbers are not responsive to the needs in this county. And I do plan on being vocal about this with the CTB and with the legislators. We down here in Southwest Virginia do not get the attention that is required for us to keep our roads properly maintained. The unpaved roads, like you're saying now, the 2 projects that we passed last year were here this year, and you can't even say that you can totally fund one of the 2 moving into this year. Mm-hmm. And that just, VDOT is not, if VDOT's getting allocations from the $1 billion+ surplus in Richmond, I really need somebody to show me where they're putting it, because it's not coming here. And I have increasing concern over the fact that we are struggling, and you guys are doing all you can with what you have, and we're very blessed to have the Salem district and the expertise that's there. This is not your problem, it's a problem over the Salem office, but I just want to be a voice for the citizens here in Franklin County, and hopefully for the board, that this just is not adequate. It's nowhere near adequate, and I know you struggle with that.
Yes, ma'am.
But I just want to get on the record about that, because we as a Commonwealth must do better.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman?
Yes.
If you guys, what she's talking about, if you guys remember my very first board meeting, which I have apologized to these gentlemen for probably 100 times, because I was ill-advised by someone else at VDOT, but I agree with Ms. Smith 100%. My first meeting on the board, I talked about this, and I don't think that Southwest Virginia is getting a fair share. And I know you explained it to me in so much detail and how they come up with it, but I guess it's up to the delegates to make some changes there, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe we need to reach out to them. I 100% agree with Ms. Smith on this, so thank you.
If I could offer, Mr. Chairman, we would applaud your efforts, because we do. The unpaved roads are something we have to pay attention to all the time. They're the lowest priority on our maintenance list, because they are unpaved roads. Right. You would think they would have the least volume, and some of them do. But they take a lot of time when you have to go out with your equipment and grade the road, and we continually add stone to the road. So some folks say, hey, if you add up all the stone you've added to my road, you could have hard surfaced it. And there may be some validity to that over a period of time. Unfortunately, there is some code that prohibits me and my folks from hard surfacing those roads with maintenance funds. I think when you talk to our CTB member or the CTB as a whole, I think our member would be receptive, because he's got a lot. Floyd County, for example, Bedford County, our other county that we work with, has a tremendous amount of unpaved roads. That's one of the things that it's a double-edged sword. because in Franklin, we're pretty lucky. Our numbers are fairly low, relatively, compared to our neighbors of unpaved roads. We're pretty low with unpaved roads that carry 50 or more vehicles a day, and that directly affects the monies that we get in the county. Ultimately, if the overall pot was strengthened, or it was a larger amount of money that's set aside for the entire state, then in theory, we would get more money. So yeah, we would love to have it. We'd love to hard surface more of these roads.
Do you feel that the formula could be enhanced?
I don't know. So it comes out of obviously a statewide pot where in the district grant funding, they set aside, and Ms. Smith, don't quote me, but I think it's $25 million for the unpaved road fund.
I think that's right.
So out of that $25 million, they take all the localities that have unpaved roads that carry more than 50 a day, and they somehow start to divvy that up. And that's reflected in the distributions, where some counties get more than others. I don't know if changing the formula, because it affects everybody, would help us, right? Because you're not increasing the amount of dollars that's distributed. Ultimately, you've got to raise the number of dollars that's distributed to get more dollars.
That's my
now, some of
point.
that's my opinion, but
That's my point.
That's what I think.
We're not getting the money.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Cundy?
Well, I'd like to echo what Ms. Smith and Mr. Mitchell said. I think Southwest Virginia's getting sort of a shorter stick of this road funds and everything. And this is a growing county. We got a lot of roads that I call most of them, a lot of them towards the lake, back up towards some of the farmers, practically one-lane roads. They're paved, but they're not very wide as far as carrying transportation stuff. And I would like to know or get back with you or what we can do to try to get more funding towards Southwest Virginia. We definitely need it, because like I said, our roads, we got a lot of roads need to be updated. We got a lot of roads built back in the 40s and 50s, and when tractor trailers on 35 feet long, now you got 53 footers. Same way with your roundabouts. That's what I appreciate about the roundabouts. You did allow for that. I really appreciate that. But I still think we get the short end of the stick on Southwest Virginia, and I try like some way to figure out how we can get more money. And I appreciate it.
I would say you brought up a good point. Something we try to pay attention to is the narrowness of the roads, and that's a problem, because once again, some folks say that you could have paved it for the money you invested over the years in the stone, and like I said, maybe that's so, but you've got to be careful. If we take a 12-foot wide unpaved road and we literally don't widen it, then what you've got is a 12-foot wide paved road, hard surface road, and that's problematic, because we try to get a little bit of a ditch on each side. So now you've got people that pull off on the side of the road to meet somebody. Once it's hard surfaced, it no longer qualifies for unpaved road monies. We don't get a lot, but it's more than zero. So then we're going to really struggle to upgrade a hard surface secondary road. In fact, you're looking at smart scale, which you all are familiar with that.
Right.
That's probably not going to fund the preferential upgrade of a road unless it's got some crash history or something to go along with it, or economic development history. So the funding to upgrade a hard surface secondary just to gain width is pretty limited. So now that's a battle in our minds. How do we juggle that when we're trying to save money on these unpaved roads, but we also don't want to shortchange ourselves when we finish and create a problem down the road?
Well, the reason I also said about agriculture is that, used to be tractors were 6-7 feet wide. Now you got these dual wheel, triple wheel tractors going up and down the road. The combines going up and down the road. You have nowhere to go, especially on these back roads. And that's the reason I bring up also about agriculture. We equipment's got bigger. The same way with, like I said, tractor trailers, vehicles, all that stuff. So that's what I'd like to see, if we can get more money and try to get it back into this county, Southwest Virginia, and see if we can improve some of these. So the farmers, the people going to travel, lake, whatever, got room to go. And I appreciate it. I know it's a tough job, and I know that. But anyway, if we don't keep knocking on the door, nobody's going to answer.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Daniels, you know how I feel. I think you guys are doing an excellent job under the circumstances of what you got. My question is, and if you can't answer it, you can't. is there anything that you can think of that would help us as the board? Can we come up with some kind of a document, a resolution or something that could be sent to VDOT on behalf of Franklin County, in what is it, Franklin County and Bedford County District? Maybe we can get Bedford in on this to see if we can get some more funds to help you all. Can you think of anything that, and I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson, I don't know if, when you say send it to VDOT, I think Ms. Smith was going down the right avenue, because
Send it to the
some of this
legis-
is code-driven. And of course, the department, we don't set the code, obviously, your delegates and senators do and what have you. That is probably a good place to start. And then, you know, how do we divvy up the money is another piece of that. But the 25 million, and I'm gonna get some of this wrong, so once again, don't quote me, but I think House Bill 1887, many years ago, set the $25 million set aside. Like I said, I'm not sure that's the case, but something's telling me that's what happened. That's where that number came from. So what I'm saying is that it may be state legislature level action to enhance the unpaid road funding.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to make a request of staff to contact Bedford County and see if the two can't get together with some kind of a letter and proposal to our legislators on both, because this is the same district, and see if we can't come up with a document that we can send to our legislators requesting some kind of equality, because it's pretty obvious we're not getting it. How's the rest of the board members feel about that? Everybody seems to be shaking their head. Yes.
We've brought this issue up on numerous occasions. It's fallen on deaf ears.
Well, I would, we have let,
Need to keep knocking on the door.
yeah, we've got it in our legislative agenda. Excuse me. But we need to go further than that.
Yeah,
I've pushed on it at the Roanoke Allegheny Regional Commission level. But, I think Bedford and Franklin, we need to have that unified, weighted voice, Mr. Thompson.
well, when we had that last, in Richmond, and we had that joint dinner together, we had a really good rapport with Bedford County.
Of course.
And I think the two of us together, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit more a louder voice with everybody echoing the same thing. And
Well, and I know there's going to be tremendous turnover in November in the General Assembly.
yeah,
Hundreds of seats. So we may have an opportunity to call on freshman delegates and senators after the election and maybe get to them before the herd comes, if you will, with something that calls their immediate attention to this, perhaps, if we wait until maybe January.
certainly, I don't think what we're talking about, it's not going to hurt.
Oh, I agree. Agreed.
Could be helpful.
If we don't ask, we know what the answer is
We know
already.
what the answer is, don't we?
Anybody else have any questions for Todd before we make a decision on this public hearing? You need for us to set time to have the public hearing for the 6-year plan. And you said that you prefer to have it in May, but if it had to, it could go June, but it can't go beyond June, right?
Correct. It depends on if this board wants a work session. If you do, then we would probably have to move the public hearing till June. But if you don't feel that you need a work session, since you will not be able to add a road, then staff would request to have it in May.
I can offer a motion,
Okay,
Mr.
floor
Chairman.
is open.
I would make a motion to authorize staff to advertise for a public hearing to be held at the Board of Supervisors' May 16th meeting. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that, not suggesting June at this point.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to advertise for a public hearing for the 6-year plan at the May 16th meeting. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Okay, seeing none, we can do a voice vote on this. All in favor that we approve the public hearing for May 16th, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. May 16th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
All right, moving right along, Mr. Brian Carter.
Am I gonna be scared?
Try and keep it lighthearted, Mr. Cunningham. So for our finance report for the month, this is as of March 31st, so this is 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year, so we would expect to be at about 75% of our budget. So looking at the overall general fund, when you look at our revenue side, we are at pretty much every category at that 75% or above. Of course, general property taxes, those are not a monthly, and so real estate coming up, that will be a little different. That's why it's at 66%. For other revenue, you can see the revenue from use of money and property is at 322% of budget. That's because of the extra interest earnings on our deposits. That's something that has helped carry us, as we've mentioned, into next year's budget. And so that's helpful as we move forward with some of our other collections. So for expenditures, we are pretty much all at or below that 75% marker that we will look at, which is good. That's what we want to see at this point in time of the year. To graphically show that, really for revenue, very similar, very little growth in between those years. You can see the blue line there is the current year, so it's a little above, but about the same where it was this time last year. Category-wise, about the same. The gap, of course, is still the twice a year on the real estate, but our other local taxes and our state revenue are pretty much on par with where we were this time last year. So to break it down a little further for you on real estate, we are where we were anticipate to be this time of year, waiting on that second half, or really first half, I guess you would say, for our calendar year for those invoices to be sent out. And so you can see for the March collections, right around level where we would expect to be. We are at 48.9%, a loss, but 50.74% of budget, which is good. Halfway through, we're over 50% of what we would expect, and we have not collected second half yet. So real estate is looking all right. Now, personal property, we did have a better month of collection, so we're up to 10.9% year over year. We were at 10.5% last month. We are still trailing in personal property when we look at a year over year comparison. Not overly significant, but about 1% behind total assessment from the collections that have come in when compared to last year. I mean, of course, when you look at $16 to $18 million assessment, 1% is $200,000. And so it does make an impact. And what we're looking at on this one, we have almost $600,000 that we need to collect in April, May, and June to meet budget. Based on historical trend, that will not happen. So we are highly likely to miss the personal property budget this fiscal year. We'll continue to monitor. There could be some increase because we are a little behind. Maybe we catch up. That isn't part of historical trend. But just to make you aware that we will probably not meet personal property budget this year. We're seeing an increase in other areas like interest income and things of that nature. But what we have seen over the last year and a half is a reduction in the percentage of collections. So we typically have tried to budget, say 94%, but we're seeing collection percentages in personal property down in the 80s. And so we accounted for that in next year's budget, but for this year, it looks like we're going to fall a little short. But we'll keep monitoring. Not a significant pressure on the budget. I still think with collections we're going to be close, but we're not going to meet budget. It does not look like at this point for personal property. So for sales taxes, we are about even with where we were last month. We're about 6.6% growth year over year. That's almost $350,000. And that's about where we were last month. We're about 6.7, but very small change compared to where we were last month. And the same thing with meals tax. So we saw pretty much level. We were at 6.5% growth last month. We are there again this month. About $67,000 year over year. Now, we're doing very well from a budget perspective. We're at 85% of budget instead of that 75% marker. So from our budget, really what we're looking at, our collections are coming in just fine. We should meet budget this year. Transient occupancy continues to exceed expectations, which is a positive. So we ticked up a little bit from last month. We're at 41.4% collections compared year over year in growth. That's about 2% higher than where it was last month. So that's positive than what we're seeing. So we'll continue to monitor that, but we are seeing strong growth there. On the expenditures, we see a little bit of a drop in March overall, but as you can see, it was high in January, so we're still about even in overall what we would expect in expenditures. A lot of that just deals with timing. And so breaking it down by categories, we're pretty even when you compare year over year. You would see some increases as you would expect if when we're able to give pay increases. And the largest increase you see is public safety. And the reason for that is they got the largest amount of pay increases that we implemented this year for various reasons. So the health and welfare, we continue to monitor that. We're seeing an uptick in social services as we would expect. Most of that appears to be just personnel alone, no great categories. Now the programs are down a little bit, and that's more your federal program funding. CSA is still down, but we fully expect that to catch up by the end of the fiscal year. Some of that's timing. We're seeing costs. We're seeing double-digit increases in our contracts. We'll be sending those out very soon, if not already, for the next two-year cycle, the next fiscal year. So highly likely we're going to see double-digit increases on our services for that program, and that's a $6 million program plus, and so that double-digit increase on a $6 million program can have a real impact on our budget. Fund balance really hasn't changed from last month. The only difference is to show it on here is the budget stabilization. We used $100,000 for overtime for the SRO program, so that's from $1 million down to $900,000 out of your budget stabilization. And so that is an up to amount, so that number could change depending on what's needed for the sheriff's office for the remainder of the fiscal year. So for your project update, we are still in process with the literary loan with the state for the middle school project. And so we did have a conversation with some of the from the state Virginia Department of Education, their budget office. And right now, what looks like we're waiting on is the 100% plans from the A&E firm for the schools. And then we'll submit that along with a certification. And from what our understanding, that's kind of the final step. So the plan, and we have coordinated and been in communication with the school system, Dr. Cobbs and staff, is that we will try and have that complete, hopefully, the A&E firm, it's dependent upon their schedule, by June 1st, and then we will turn that into the state, and hopefully at their June meeting by VDOE that we will get approved for our loan. So we're still hopeful for that. And so, but it will be June before we have an answer. So we're continuing to work towards that, and hopefully we'll have all that and everything will line up appropriately. What we are continuing to move forward on is our financing for our landfill projects. And so, and of course, we have Davenport and Bond Counsel Sands Anderson here today. They'll talk in the next item on that, but that is continuously moving forward. We'll have a timeline on that, but pending that, we'll probably be looking in the June timeframe to finalize all of that as well, pending board action, of course, today. So economic update, we're seeing the CPI increase. It was 5% year over year for March. It was 6% in February. And so due to all of that, the Federal Reserve did raise their base federal funds rate, Fed funds rate, by 1/4 percentage point. The next meeting for the Fed isn't until May 2nd, but the comment from the last meeting was that they may be done increasing the rate for at least the rest of the calendar year, to be determined, but they do not see any decreases. So it looks like you'll have a high interest rate environment for the remainder of the calendar year anyway. So for us, from a budgetary standpoint, we planned for that in what we projected in next year's budget. We didn't see interest rates really dropping a whole lot anytime soon, so that's projected. And with that, that is the finance report. We'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Carter? with Mr.
Just
Carter.
one question, Brian. What do you the growth in transient occupancy, what do you attribute that to?
I don't know, Mr. Carter, that I have a direct answer on that.
I'm just curious.
I do think, there are still those who are taking and staying and with our tourism at the lake, and so are short-term rentals. But as far as what's attributing to that, I think some of it from a year-over-year growth is probably the increase in our ability to, I won't say with our contract with Granicus and things, and to locate them and collect taxes. I don't know that it may be new per se. I think some of that, we've worked on that over the last kind of couple years to bring it about, but I don't have any specifics of, we've seen some great growth in that area outside of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Brian.
Don't see anyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rose? I'd like to apologize for my coughing up here. I mowed my yard yesterday. I'm not contagious. I'm eat up with pollen.
I'm doing the same thing, Mr. Chairman.
You, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian's going to hand out our presentation, which is also up on the wall, so,
Thanks.
on the screen. So I'll just wait a moment if I could.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as Brian is passing out these, we'd just like to thank Mr. Rose and Mr. Jesse Bosch, Bond Counsel, for being with us today. They also met earlier this morning with our Industrial Development Authority. I see our chair and our vice chair of our Industrial Development Authority here. Appreciate them and the good work that our IDA does whenever the county has needed financing. And of course, Mr. Rose, this will not be any surprise to the board and of supervisors. We've talked about our landfill project now for some time. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rose is here with us to walk us through next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow. Again, appreciate the opportunity to be here. Jesse Bausch is behind me. He's with Sands Anderson, as Mr. Whitlow indicated. And this morning, after a good presentation and discussion, they unanimously passed this resolution. So what we're asking today is for this board to consider a similar resolution, obviously addressed by the board versus the IDA. What I'd like to do today is walk you through what we presented a few hours ago. None of this will be new to any of you, but really it's an extension of year after year of our presentation, working with your tremendous staff to talk about capital funding and how to take care of the needs that you have. I would point out the last time that we did a presentation of this magnitude was back in November. We talked at that time about how to look at various projects, including those that are both right now imminent and those that are further down the road. So we're not just thinking about what's happening immediately, but also over the next several years, and we've done that for a period of time. We've got a timetable here. We're going to make sure by the time I leave, all of those questions that you have are hopefully answered by me or staff or Jesse. So a little bit of an overview. The plan of finance here, what it is incorporating is the debt profile of the county, the various approaches that we have talked about over time, estimated costs and how to approach that. We look at debt ratios to make sure we're in compliance with your self-imposed guidelines, and then finally a timetable to do all of this. So what you'll have in front of you in this resolution will consist of primarily two major funding purposes plus cost of issuance, and that is about a $7 million landfill expansion project, those numbers given to us, and then a takeout of the line of credit we did back in 2019 as part of our overall strategies with Summit View and some of the other things that we did. That 2019 funding basically has pretty much been all expended, and now it's time to convert into a permanent financing. That conversion has always been factored into your numbers. So in reality, we're really talking about borrowing for roughly half of that number, about $7 million, because that's going to be new money, if you would. In addition, when I was here back in November, and I know I've been here subsequent to that, but we also talked about the CTE project or something semblance of that. That's also been factored in to some of the numbers and thinking that we've got, even though there's no plan to borrow for that or something like that right now. So our goals and objectives, I think you can see there, first and foremost is to make sure we do no harm to our very, very strong credit ratings. I pointed out, many of you, if not all of you know, we enjoy credit ratings that are right near the very top, AAA, and so we're right there at the high AA range. That's one step below. I was asked this morning, what would it take to get us to AAA? I said one of those things that work against us is just sheer size, population. They tend to like larger local governments within a couple of caveats. And second, just the demographics. Ironically, when you have so many of the retirees around the various parts of the county, they may be very comfortable and successful, but their incomes are less. They're living off of that savings, retirement, what have you. They don't look as much of the robust income, but yet they're very much in solid shape. And you see that with a lot of your purchasing power. Nevertheless, we look at those two factors. They look at those factors. We are going to make sure, which we are well within your policies, we're going to make sure that we minimize, if we can, the need for collateral. One of the things about the resolution, and I think this comes about since the failure of some of those big banks and some of the concern that's out there, is there may be a little bit more stringent requirement for collateral. We are hopeful that we can do this financing absent that collateral. If not, it's at least factored into the concept of this resolution. You will recall perhaps that when we did one of the previous refinancings, we were able to free up this building as well as another building or two from being on collateral historically. That puts us in a good position if we need to use some collateral. In addition, we're not planning on using any of the reserve dollars from your one-time windfall that you received when you went to twice-a-year collection. We're not going to need that, but the good side is that just further strengthens the overall county's perspective from the financial rating agencies and the markets, and it's a good part of what could be helpful down the road for capital needs. But for the moment, that's not part of what we're doing here in terms of any funding. Lastly, as I said, we're keeping within best practices, and the way you do that, you're already doing that. Continue to have your structurally balanced budgets and meet all of your ratios. So just a little perspective in terms of interest rates. When I started right around the 1981-82 timeframe, interest rates were almost 15%. That was the fixed rate. Today, they're down around 4%. So they're very strong by historic perspective, but a year ago they were at 2%. So when we had things kicking in with regard to the federal government, I think that is hard to imagine we'll get back to that. Suspect if we got back to that, that probably would not be a good sign. There'd be other problems, but nevertheless, we still are in a very favorable environment. But what it has done, as Brian alluded to, is with the monies that you have in the bank, with your fund balances, you are now earning a whole lot more on that. And you can see that's what the Federal Reserve has done back in 2022. Here we are in 23. They literally reversed course from during the pandemic. And as a result, instead of earning a few basis points, you're earning 400 to 500 basis points or 4 to 5% on monies that are very short, meaning monies that you're able to liquidate quickly. So that's a good sign. Don't know how long that's going to last, but at least elements of that are factored into the equation, if you would. So our funding approach for this, with your blessing, is what we've done before, public facility revenue bonds. It goes through the IDA as a conduit. We indicated to the IDA, and Jesse underscored this, that they are not in any way personally liable. This is really your obligation as a county. It's incumbent on you in your budget, which you'll do, to make the funding available to meet the debt service. And you've done that year in and year out. We expect you to do that. Part of why you have such good credit ratings is that it's always been a part of your base budget, if you would. We are going to go back to the rating agencies in mid-May. It'll be basically about a month from now. And in doing that, we're going to make the case that we deserve to keep all of our ratings and then some. So the hope there is that they will understand, as we do as your advisor, that you're really coming to this from a position of strength on many fronts. And so finally, we are hopeful that they will allow us to give us good credit ratings, and the market will like this without collateral. If we need it, so be it, we'll add it as we've done before. So I thought I would, for a few moments, just give you a profile of the debt, particularly for those behind me, those perhaps watching this. The county's debt, and I've been fortunate to be with you now probably some 30 years, your debt drops down very nicely. That's not a coincidence. It was set up that way. We tried to set up the funding so that over the years, we continue to build what we'll call future capacity for future projects. Because again, there are going to be other projects. It's just a matter of time. So what you'll see then is your debt outstanding right now is about almost $38 million, but your payment in fiscal year 23 is about $5.5 million. Fast forward just a couple years from now, because we are effectively in fiscal year 24 by the time this debt is really closed on, basically. And just 2 years later, that debt is about $2.3 million less in debt service than it is now. That's what allows us to layer in the new money, what allows us to layer in the literary loan that you have applied for, and things look good in terms of getting that money. All of those can be layered in, as I indicated to you previously, without having to add to your annual debt service over and above where you are right now. So we're able to layer that in seamlessly, especially if we can continue to get the interest rates that we're planning for, and that is the 3% interest rate for the literary loan, which is a guarantee by the state, and it's also here, we've estimated roughly 5%, 4.5% to 5% on this money. We're hopeful we can do a little better than that. So if those things come to fruition, as we think it will, but no guarantees, we're going to be in a mode where we're able to do this seamlessly. And again, if there are some surprises, in fairness, you've built up some very, very good reserves to withstand those surprises. So you're in very good shape. I would point out, and I said to one of the, I think the vice chairman is here from the IDA, I said, if you recall, when we started doing these planning years ago, we thought that this coming financing with the, we'll call it, with the middle school, probably then was going to be close to about 5 to 7 pennies equivalent. And ultimately, we don't have any pennies that we have to dedicate because, again, the county has grown nicely. You've taken care of your debt. You've retired some of your debts. The cost of money has been lower than we estimated. All the things we had hoped to happen and then some have indeed happened. So, again, some very, very good positives put less pressure on the county as it relates to our debt profile. So a couple things here, policies. You all have seen this. I think this is helpful for the public. You've got 2 prominent policies related to debt. One is just a sheer amount of debt, that 38 or 40 million relative to the assessed value that's taxable for the county. And you can see here, you have a policy at about 3.5%. You're nowhere as close. You're under 1%. and will stay there for the considerable future. So again, we may even want to talk about over time making that policy a little stronger, even though it's fine by national standards. You're just that strong, and so we may even want to reduce it. In fairness, it's really a governing policy for you because, again, you've got such a good profile here. I think the one that is clearly the more governor's style, if you would, is the debt service to expenditures, fancy way of saying your credit card. How big is your pennies every dollar towards your credit card, meaning your budget? What you see here is we like to keep no more than 10 cents of every dollar being borrowed, or 10 cents of every dollar going back to pay for the borrowings. You are below 5 cents. You're actually around 4 cents on every dollar. And that is very, very strong. So once again, we like where you are. We like the trajectory. That will go higher as we add in the literary loan. We add in some other projects over the next few years. But it will still, as I showed back in November, stay well below that 10% threshold. So we still are building in and have a cushion, and we like that. And that's part of why you have such good credit ratings, is that your debt is very much in line with good policies. So lastly, just here today, asking you to do what the IDA did this morning, which is approve the resolutions that should be in your packet. Jesse can go over them if you'd like. We will, again, meet with the rating agencies if this gets approved on the week of May 8th. We'll do that. Hopefully get our ratings reconfirmed about 1 or 2 weeks later, depending on how busy they are. That gives us time to do a bond sale in June. We're thinking about the 5th. That's not an absolute required date. It'd be nice to close prior to the end of the fiscal year. If something happens that stops that, we certainly can do that accordingly, but that is the thinking right now. So that may move around a little bit, but that is our plan with your approval. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. I answer a question.
All right. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Ray? Go ahead.
David, good to see you today. How are you?
See you, sir. Glad you're back.
Thank you. I've got a couple questions, and they don't really pertain to this per se. What is according to your statement earlier about the AAA bond rating, sounds like it's probably not doable, but because of the population and the demographics that are involved. But could you explain what's the advantages and disadvantages to getting a AAA bond rating?
So let me say this, Ms. Thompson. I would not say it's not doable. I'm not closing the door on that. I do not see that in the immediate future. So I would put that first point.
Yes.
But I don't think I wouldn't say it's not doable. I think what is happening here, when I started with you, we had no credit rating. Not that we weren't credit worthy, but we had no credit rating. Then we had a credit rating that was in the category, literally three notches to 4 notches lower than where you are now. So we've moved up over the years. Moody's, of one of the 3, which we'll talk to, just redid all their credit criteria for everyone in the country. And they reaffirmed your credit rating in that AA category. So I think for the moment, that looks to be very stable, and Moody's did that. It did for everybody. But to your point, what do I think is the advantages and disadvantages? The advantage is basically, I guess, couple-fold. Number one, if you're able to say you're AAA, that does send a message that, again, the finances are as good as it gets for a local government. The second advantage is, of course, it's going to be the lowest cost of borrowing possible from an investor's standpoint. The disadvantages, I'm not sure there's really a real disadvantage other than to say that, when you put yourself at that lofty level, a lot is expected of you, meaning you better keep the reserves up. I was asked this morning by someone if Fairfax County was AAA, and I said, yes, it is. What I didn't add to it was a few years ago, pre-pandemic, they had let their reserves come down a little bit, and then they got put on outlook, a negative outlook by the agencies, rating agencies, saying, if you don't add some more reserves, we're going to take away your AAA. And they were the first county in the state to get AAA back in the 70s. So that was a real shock to them. So I say this in terms of for AAA. However, for you, when you think about it, you're right a step below that. So the expectations are high for you as well. And on top of that, your ability to borrow very effectively is almost AAA level. So really, I view you as maximizing your ratings potential right now, and that's a very big statement. I can remember, as I said before, when the county really struggled financially, and such as, again, it was just a tough slog 20-plus years ago. I remember that very, very well. So I like where we are. I like the fact that you let me come and talk to you several times a year, give the bad, give the good. I would point out that when Brian gives his report and he talks about month to month and gives the quarters, that is very, very helpful. The rating agencies look highly on that because they see that as strong management. And that way you are aware of what's going on. You expect to hear those reports. And then if there's some things that are problematic, you learn about them in almost immediately, as opposed to waiting a whole year for an audit to come out, something like that. So that's a long-winded way to answer you, but just
No, it's,
point out.
thank you for that answer. And then one other question. I'm sure that in your expertise that you looked into that, but would you tell the board anything? Did you all consider any kind of a debt consolidation?
So we always look at the debt profile, and we've done elements of that before. That's why partly we were able to take the collateral off of this building and the other buildings, because we consolidated some debts, got the rate down, didn't extend any debt, if you recall, didn't extend it, but just simply brought the rate down, brought the debt service down, and was able to, again, free up some of the collateral. For this here, we're really doing an element of that. We are, because we're taking that line of credit, and instead of doing that separately, and instead of doing the landfill separately, we're consolidating them, putting them together. And the hope is that we'll get a better interest rate, economies of scale, all the things that you want. So we're doing elements, if I understand the way you're asking that question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Rose?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Always a pleasure to see you. Just a question, conversely to some of what Mr. Thompson has asked. With our fiscal policy guidelines and where we find ourselves today, with adding debt, we're going to, of course, raise those levels. Do the rating agencies look at that as us being, is it risk adverse that we build debt under, as long as it stays under those fiscal policy guidelines? Or what is the perspective that lends itself to our bond rating?
That's a very good question. So let me start by saying this. Some people ask me, if we have no debt outstanding, would that make us AAA? And the answer is typically almost never no. It will not make you AAA, because the thinking is, for you, when you have these policies, debt is not a crutch, it's a tool. It's a way of doing something more fairly, because the citizens that will get the benefit of the school will be those that will use it over the next 10, 20, and 30 years. So from the rating agency's perspective, the way you don't get in trouble with debt is to have best practice guidelines, and you stay within those guidelines. Now, there may be an example or two where you might get out of those guidelines, but that's a unique situation and still be highly rated. But that's a rarity. Instead here, to your question, if I understand it, if we have those guidelines, we stay within those guidelines, they're done for projects that have long lead time planning. They understand that when you add the debt, you're staying structurally balanced as your budgets, you're keeping up your other fund balances. If you do all those things, then debt is not a problem. you're in trouble if you do the opposite. If your debt is a crutch, if you don't have your planning, if you then take from your fund balances, let's say, which are one-time dollars to
Right.
take care of recurring needs like debt service, all of those things are the bad practices that can get you in trouble. Obviously, we're not doing any of those things. So I think when we see them, we'll be bringing them a robust capital program, meaning the roughly 12, 13, $14 million here, plus the 25 for the middle school, or whatever that exact number is, plus the future other capital projects that we just plan in without knowing the exact amounts. We do the planning, and they'll see all that. And obviously, if things go terribly awry in this country, in this state, in this county, some of those future projects just don't get borrowed as fast or get done as quickly. We've got that flexibility, and they see that. But we're factoring them in. We're thinking about them, which is why you do your multi-year planning, which is why I think they look at your overall management, and they give you very high marks for that. That's
Thank-
part of the grading process.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
Mr. Condon.
Appreciate the presentation. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, sir.
I have two questions. Number one is that we have to maintain a high fund balance. That helps us on our credit rating, correct? That's one of the most important things.
It does. It's actually the most important part of your credit rating is your fund balance.
Okay. And number two is, if debt is a tool, then how come you're against using county property or whatever if we can lower the interest rate or get a better deal? So why are you against us using the county?
So again, I think the answer there, Mr. Cundiff, is I think that if we can get a credit rating that's the same with or without the collateral, that's what we're going to recommend. That's what we're saying. If I thought we were going to be hurting ourselves, then I'd put the collateral in, absolutely. Absolutely. But I think there's a possibility that the county is strong enough that we may not need to even have the collateral. But if I'm wrong, at least we've got the flexibility. So yes, we're not going to try to do anything that's going to cost us money on debt service. Absolutely not. We'll not do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave, great seeing you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for all your advice and expertise on my tenure on the board. My question is sort of a follow-up to Mr. Cundiff. Due to the current lending environment, if we did have to collateralize this, what are you suggesting we use for collateral?
So I will skirt that question for two reasons. Number one, I'm going to defer to Mr. Whitlow and others. There may be some preferences that they have. I think number two is to also get an understanding from the investment market out there how much collateral they need. Meaning, if we're going to do a borrowing, it's not to exceed $14 million, it's possible that they don't care about the full $14 million, in effect, collateral. They just oftentimes want to have something that they call essential function. So it may be less than that. Now, there are some other times lenders for the markets want every dime of it to be equivalent to the borrowing. So I'll defer on that till we learn some more. But if we do, again, we'll through your manager and us, we'll figure something out by all means. So I'm not trying to avoid it, but I just don't know
I
yet
understand.
what it would be.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead.
Just a quick comment, not really a question. If we're voting on anything, I will never vote to use collateral. I mean, I think if we're in a position to do it without it, then
Yeah.
I just want to get my 2 cents out there on that. I think it's a terrible idea to use collateral if you don't have to. So thank you for being here. Appreciate you as
And I
always.
totally agree with you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
That's the goal. That's the goal, just like we did last time. Yep.
Okay. As I see here, you need a resolution from this board authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds and permanently finance the 2019 revenue note. So
I'll offer a motion,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. I make a motion to approve the financing resolution as presented.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you. Y'all be well.
Thanks, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Mr. Chairman, before we go to the next thing, can I have 30 seconds?
Yes.
Just real quick, while there's still everybody here. Last meeting that we had, I know I gave a pretty passionate speech about protecting our children, and understand there was a few citizens in the county that didn't agree with my language, and they're right. My language was not necessary. Got caught up in the heat of the moment. I will by no means apologize for my passion for our children. A gentleman that's actually here today who means a lot to me. I care a lot about that man. Talk to me, and I'd just like to offer an apology for the language, and the language only to the citizens of the county. I just got caught up in the moment, but I appreciate it, Marshall, talking to me earlier, and I just want to offer an apology just for the language, and hope we keep moving forward on those SROs. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All right, moving right along. Jeff Galden, Director of Public Works.
And this is my first one, so I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the process. Do you want me to read the whole executive summary? Okay.
No, just hit the highlights.
10-4. The staff advertised a bid for landfill Phase 3 construction. That bid closed April the 7th. We received 4 bids, and we are here to recommend today that we select the bid from Kanawha Stone. We did a detailed analysis of all the bids. While Kanawha wasn't on the face the lowest bid, once we pulled down into it, they were the better bid, and I think will end up giving us the better product and the lower price in the end. So I guess I need to get you guys to give me the authority to go out and get that.
All right. Before we move on, anyone have any questions for Mr. Galden concerning this?
I don't have any.
Okay, so you need a motion from us.
Yes.
Got it,
I
okay.
was reading here, Jeff, a few minutes ago, what is the difference between, I'm rather familiar with the last one that got put in. What is the difference in the cell getting put in, if I remember correctly, Baker, and I read here, Baker was the one that did the last one.
You are correct.
What is the difference between the cell we're putting in now and the last one?
Hey,
There's-
pull your mic over, so.
There's not a great deal of difference. And once, I believe the last bid came in at 2.1 or 2.2 million. And once this is all said and done, we'll be fairly close allowed for, and not even at the present inflationary rate.
So what does subtitle D landfill construction mean? Like, for example, Baker's right here, it says, does not demonstrate sufficient experience with subtitle D landfill construction.
I'm going to let Mike speak to that one.
Okay.
This is Mike Hoffmeister from Labella Engineering, our engineering partner for the landfill.
Good afternoon. So to answer your question, subtitle D refers to the Code of Federal Regulations essentially it's the liner system that's required for municipal solid waste landfills. And it's a...
Can you pull your mic up a little bit so we can hear you?
There you go.
Um,
Can you turn that mic up? Can that mic be turned up?
Yes, I'll repeat a little bit of that. Subtitle D refers to the federal regulations. Describes the liner section for municipal solid waste landfills that has a low permeability clay layer and then a plastic liner and then drainage stone on top. And since this is an MSW landfill, that's what we'll have to install.
So the previous one we put in was subtitle D as well?
Correct. The whole permit 577 landfill, which is 5 phases, is all a subtitle
Okay.
D landfill. Yeah, this is just cell 3.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, seeing none, board, what's your pleasure?
Make a motion that we accept the bids as approved.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion and a second to accept the bid as presented. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Madam Clerk, take a roll call, please.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Tatum,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just for a point of clarification, in that motion to approve the low bid, also, I just want to clarify with Mr. Thompson's motion to authorize the county administrator and the county attorney to enter into contract with the low bidder. Just want to clarify in the motion, Mr. Thompson, that's also to not only to award the low bid, but to authorize the county administrator to enter into contract.
Yes, sir.
And
As-
execute
as
the contract. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's submitted.
Wouldn't you agree it was the lowest responsive and responsible bid?
That's correct. Mr. Chairman, the county attorney just wants to assure that the lowest responsible bid is in that motion.
Okay.
Correct.
Same as responsive.
Both.
Yeah, because,
Two different- yeah, two
yeah,
different.
exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're good on that one. We'll move on to item number 2, the old leachate tank rebuild.
Correct. And it's much the same situation. We, on solid waste permit 72, the old landfill, we have a leachate tank. It's often referred to as the Peabody tank, and it's near the end of its life. It's metal fatigue and it's rusting, so we need to replace it. We advertised RFP for this project and received only one responsive bid. And that was from Heron Construction for $692,000. And I'm asking that we award them the RFP.
Anyone have any questions, Mr. Godwin?
Just a quick one if I can.
Go ahead.
Jeff, does the leachate tanks, is that something that DEQ would regulate?
Oh, yes.
In terms of its performance?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
They are, yeah.
Pretty strict on that.
that's what I thought. Thank you.
Anybody else have any? Yes, Mr. Cummings.
While this tank's being repaired, what's gonna happen to the water coming out of the landfill? At least-
That tank is a gravity feed from the closed landfill. What we will do is we'll separate the pipe as it's going into the tank, and we'll bring in a temporary bladder tank.
So it's nothing gonna reflect us on DEQ?
No, no. It'll be we've already planned this out. It's a 25,000 gallon bladder tank, and it will have an outlet that will gravity flow into our truck that we use to haul the leachate to the town wastewater plant.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Do we have a motion?
I move to award the contract to rebuild, replace the old leachate tank to Herring Construction as presented, and to further authorize county staff and the county attorney to execute related contract documents accordingly.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum,
Yes. And item number 3, new leachate tank installation.
With the building of Phase 3 landfill, we will need to provide additional leachate space. And we have a pad already poured with one leachate tank and space for another one. So this RFP is to purchase the tank and install it. And this tank, or this RFP also includes new stainless steel piping for the entirety and aeration in the new tank, which is needed for us to pre-treat our leachate before we send it to the town wastewater plant. And the way that the new and old tank will be piped together now, all the leachate will come into the existing tank. It will overflow that tank into the new tank, into the aerated tank, and then we will pull from that tank and take it to the landfill. We did the same thing. We generated an RFP for this, and we received one response as well from Karen. This, and I just want y'all to understand this too. This particular tank is only made in one place. So it's not like there are hundreds of these companies out here that make these tanks that we could go. So we were really just put an RFP out to get a company to come put it in. And we got one response. And it was Herring Construction again, $842,000. That's for the tank, all the new stainless steel piping, and the aerator, and the installation.
Okay. Anyone have any questions, Mr. Galvin? Go ahead, Tommy.
How many gallons is this new tank gonna hold?
I believe this new one is, Mr. Kent, if you asked me the one question I didn't have written down, 180,000.
180,000.
180,000.
All right.
The old tank was 164, and the new one will be 180,000.
So what will we gain by doing this, putting in a new tank? Is this specifically for the third sale?
It is, it is.
So
We
in other
will
words,
have, we'll have additional leachate because just the space of the new cell, you know, it's gonna, the rainwater falling on it will go through it, so we'll need more leachate, especially when we go to cell 4, 5, and 6, we'll need to do this again. But,
So we'll be prepared for the next 2 or 3 sales.
no, we're prepared, this is for this one. I can't say that we'll
That's
be
for the
prepared
third
for
sale.
4. No, I said when we get to 4, 5, and 6, we'll
Okay.
have to do this again.
Okay.
But that will be 2035.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I might be here, I might tell you again, I don't know. I don't know what Laura's got planned for me, but anyway, the other question I have is, how much do we haul out a day to go to the treatment plant?
To the treatment plant,
Yes, sir.
we haul out about, Barry, what do you think?
Per day, you talking about from the new one or the old landfill?
I'm talking about the whole, I'm talking about the use of the tanks, how much do we pump out of those that we carry to the facilities per day?
Well, also, it depends on how much rainfall we have.
Okay,
You know, dry summer, we might get 2 or 3 weeks to haul in it.
okay.
And, you know, you got a month, rain, 5, 6 inches, you may have, probably 1,000 gallons.
So where do we take this to?
We take it to the town shop, down in the manhole, and it goes to the wastewater treatment plant. That way it's broken down and the water.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you.
But Mr. Golden, also, with the new aeration in the new tank, weren't we having an issue with, was it the nitrogen levels in the water being too high for the county, for the town to be able to take it?
It is. That's why we went with aeration. And just for, to find out, I asked the company that's providing us the new tank with aeration, how much would it cost for us to aerate the existing tank? And that was another $450,000. I didn't feel like that was something that we need to explore.
But by hooking the two tanks together, we're still gonna be able to aerate it anyway.
Yes, sir. We will aerate every bit of the leachate coming out of the existing landfill. And that will reduce the nitrogen levels.
Were we already at a point where we were having to haul some of this wastewater elsewhere because of the nitrogen being too high?
We were not there, but it was mentioned. And the town was concerned.
Allow us almost 750,000 gallons a month of their actual, the old landfill and the new one. So then, anything over 750,000 gallons, we have to haul to Axton.
So you have hauled some to Axton?
We have, and so we haven't in the last year, so back in 2018, when it was so wet, raining and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We hauled
But as we open these new cells, it's gonna be more and more water. And the reason the town's limiting us to 750,000 gallons is because of the nitrogen levels.
No, it's because it's not their plant. They can't take it so much.
Okay.
Yeah, there are,
Right now, the nitrogen level is, we can't have 3 loads a day of that from the new landfill where the nitrogen level is. We can haul all the water out of the old, as long as we don't exceed 750,000 gallons.
Okay.
the issue there is if you have a heavy rain year, not only will we have more leachate, they'll have more flow. And they're only rated at 2 million gallons. They have infiltration and everything in their system, so, you know, and they can only theoretically take 80% of what they're permitted for. So they have to hold us off.
Got a question, Mr. Chairman. Where do you, I didn't hear, where do you haul it
We haul
if
it
the
to
town doesn't take it?
We haul it to the town shop and.
I know
put it in
that, but
manhole.
if the town
Oh, if the
does
town
not
doesn't
take
take
it, where do you haul it?
Where was that? Axton?
Axton, it goes into Henry County.
Right.
We have to pay Henry County so much per gallon.
Yeah, and I'm sure,
It's also higher too.
yeah, I'm sure that is the site where Eastman has in Axton to discharge to. And eventually that goes to Henry County, which eventually goes to the Martinsville wastewater plant on the Smith River.
Have we checked with Boone's Mill to see if they can take it?
Yeah, Boone's Mills, we didn't check, Mr. Thompson, but I seriously doubt if they could. They're,
But we don't know that if we don't ask.
yeah, we can ask them, but they're limited, and we could also reach out to Western Virginia and see if they would help us out too, and they own Boone's Mill now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay. You need a motion to award the installation of the new leachate tank?
I'm sorry, say that again.
We need a motion to award the bid for the installation of the new leachate tank.
Make a motion that we move to award the contract to install the new leachate tank to Herron Construction as presented, and to further authorize county staff, county attorney to execute related contract documents accordingly.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right.
I appreciate it.
Thank y'all very much.
At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll call the meeting back to order.
Yeah.
And at this time, we'll open the floor up for Mr. Ledbetter, the president of the Franklin County Volunteer Fire Association. Going to give us a presentation of a grant request. It's been a long time coming. Been through a lot of different drafts and a lot of work and a lot of input from different angles. And I just appreciate the work that the Fire Association put into it. And we can't thank the volunteers enough for all they do. And this grant is just one opportunity that this board has made available to show our appreciation to our volunteers. And so at this time, Mr. Ledbetter, the floor is yours, and you can give us that presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the board members. We appreciate all of you. Appreciate the opportunity to be standing here today, because without y'all funding this, I wouldn't need to be here. So we, after 2 years of trying, I think we finally gonna get this done. We revised the application process a time or two and finally got that settled and got the applications out to all the organizations and had a good response. The departments were very respectful of everybody. Nobody really went overboard and tried to shoot for the moon, so it all went well. I have We got it typed up, and I'd given it to Ms. Torres. I think maybe she got attachment 13 in your packet. I can read through it if you would like, or basically, we had a few departments that declined applying for anything. They said at this point they really didn't need anything, and those that needed it worse, they'd rather see them get it. So, like I said, that's kind of how it went. We did put it out to the EMS agencies. I had a response from one EMS agency, which is Red Valley Rescue, Squad 9. They responded, needed some new computers to replace some old computers and things that they had. Other than that, like I said, we greatly appreciate it. If you want to go through each item, I will. It's Ferrum Company 3. It's basically some stabilizing struts and airbags for vehicle extrication for $7,127. And Callaway Company 5 was an extrication tool for $10,400. Company 8, which is Fort Mountain, an airbag system at $5,440. Company 9, which is burnt chimney, was basically some cordless tools, some new pagers, and a ventilation fan for $6,345. Smith Mountain Lake Fire Boats requested some flashlights to put on each boat for their nighttime operations at a total of $2,289 and some change. Henry Fire Department, Company 14, basically some battery tools, some rescue ropes, and a ventilation fan for them as well for $8,258. And like I said, Red Valley Rescue, the replacement of some electronics, some computers and things at $1,951 for a total of $41,811.66 would be the total request from that grant. That leaves $8,188 remaining. We talked about it as an association, and I would like to request that we be allowed to use that money for some training. That way it benefits all the departments, not just one individual agency. It'll, everybody will have the opportunity to benefit from that countywide. So that's what I'm asking for today is like I said, the ability to move forward with this and see if we can finally get this done.
All right. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Ledbetter?
I just want to say thank you so much. I echo Chairman Tatum's remarks. I'm so glad to see that the process worked and everybody kind of leaned into the process.
Absolutely.
To get, to utilize it as it was articulated initially. And thank you all so very much. You're so important to us, and to be able to do this kind of collaboration is really what it's all about.
No, thank y'all.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, sir. I'll echo what Ms. Smith said. I really appreciate what the Volunteer Association and fire chiefs and our volunteers do for this county. I truly, truly appreciate it. What money was you asking for training? I missed that.
If you allow us to use the money, basically we're going to try to put on some classes through the Fire Association, and this would allow us to fund those classes. We have a limited amount of money right now to work with, and basically it would, it would be some sort of fire suppression classes, vehicle rescue classes. We have a bus extrication class that's put on in the county. Just a number of different classes that, like I said, will benefit everybody in the county.
Right.
Approximately how much? $8,100, $8,200?
$8,188.34 is what is remaining.
And that was the leftover balance
budget.
from the
Yes, sir.
original $50,000 grant.
Yes, sir.
So it was just a balance of
So the money's actually there.
money's there.
Money's there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We'd
I
like
appreciate-
permission to use that money for training.
I got where I can't have here, so I didn't quite catch it all, but I appreciate you straightening it out for me.
Yes, sir.
Thompson?
This money be used for fire and rescue?
Yes, sir.
Not just fire?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions?
Thank you for all your hard work, Mr. Ledbetter.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Board, what's your pleasure?
I got a question for staff.
Go ahead.
This money has been appropriated, right? It's in the budget. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman, if we're ready for that.
Go ahead.
Let me see. Staff didn't give me a nice little motion to approve, but I think I can handle it. I'd like to make a motion to approve the expenditures that Mr. Ledbetter has brought forth for fire and EMS tools and equipment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve these grant requests made by the Firefighters Association. I think we've had enough discussion. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes.
Thank you. If I could, I would also like to say thank you for recognizing Mr. Law with Snow Creek. He was as fine a man as I have ever known. He will definitely be missed at Snow Creek community. And if you see fit, we would love to have the opportunity for this to be done again. If there's any carryover funds that like I said, would be available, it truly does help us. It, just like us in Ferrum, I mean, it's basically $7,100 that now I don't have to take out of my operating budget, that I can buy the things I need with. That so like I said, it truly does help.
Okay, we'll know more on our carryovers later on in the
Right.
summer, so we'll look at that when that comes.
Keep it in mind if you don't mind.
We will.
Thank y'all.
All right, Steve Sandy.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I've got two items listed, but a third one that we added at the beginning of the meeting regarding that Interjex request. First item is the Project Constitution Solar. I'll leave it to the board's discretion. I do have the PowerPoint similar to what was presented the last two meetings. If you want me to go through that quickly, I can do that. If it's kind of up to the board at discretion, and we do have representatives somewhere, right behind me, from Project Constitution, if you need to hear additional information from them as well. So just pleasure of the board if you want me to go through the presentation briefly again.
I got it.
Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Sandy, how are you today? Good to see you.
I'm doing well, thank you.
The constitutional solar, are these the same ones that presented to begin with? Was this property not the contract sold off? To my agreement, I've heard that.
To my knowledge, it's the same group we've been working with since the beginning for Constitution and Dove, which Dove is on the opposite side of 220.
Okay. The county, as you will remember, we spent nearly a year doing a siting agreement. It had lots of stipulations in there. Was that followed to the T?
Yes, sir. So this siting agreement has all the things that were in the first one you approved for Interjex. So, and it does require that they comply with the zoning ordinance requirements, even though this is a non-zoning.
That we put together that took nearly a year to draw up.
Correct.
So we followed that, everything to the letter, even with the decommissioning.
Correct.
That everything would be, they would pay for it, and it would be disposed of outside the county.
That's correct. We also added the 5-year renewal for inflationary factors to go back every 5 years and update that estimate for the bond.
It would be, and they agreed to that?
That's in there as well, correct.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could
ahead.
piggyback on that, Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
thank you. Steve, I want to go over a couple things. I have reviewed the siting agreement probably in total 3 times. My last review of it raised some questions for me that I'd like to get on the floor, especially for my colleagues' purposes. The first one is page 4, under performance of decommissioning.
I don't know if the pages to my copy correspond with what's in the binder. It's performance of decommissioning. Item 3. No, excuse me. Item, it says M. Yeah, M. Are you with me? It starts with within 12 months.
I think I only have odd pages.
Do you need a copy of that? Do you want the whole thing?
So, first of all, the performance time period for the cessation of the project, this zoning, citing agreement states 12 months, and our ordinance states 6 months. So that's not reflective of compliance or acknowledgement of our ordinance. And when, importantly, when you get down to item number 2 under that same section, I'll just read this. If the applicant fails to decommission the project within 12 months, and again, our ordinance says 6, the county shall have the right, but not the obligation, to commence decommissioning activities as allowed by the owner, shall have access to the property, access to the full amount of the decommissioning surety, and have rights to remove the solar energy, equipment, and materials on the property. Applicant, its successors, or assigned shall be responsible for reimbursing the county for all costs and expenses of decommissioning in excess of the surety, and all such excess amounts shall attach to the real estate as a tax lien until paid in full. And then prior to the issuance of the final site plan, owner, and to the extent not contrary to the lease, the applicant shall deliver a legal instrument to the county granting the county right to access the property so the county can complete the decommissioning, should it choose to do so, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and it goes on and on. So my interpretation of reading this indicates, because my bottom line question fundamentally was, what if in 30 to 35 years, this solar company, this entity, if you will, is nowhere to be found? They don't exist. They sold, they went bankrupt, what have you, all of the unknowns. This language appears to me to say that the burden falls on the property owner and the county to work collaboratively in using the surety, and that anything over the surety bond will be demonstrated in the form of a tax lien, and that the county would be responsible for reimbursing the cost of the decommissioning. So I don't like that, just plain and simple. I don't like the liability that this language seems to infer, that the county and the property owner as the applicant takes on. And I don't know if the property owners, I don't know if these solar companies are telling the property owners that there is, that there are issues and there are clauses in the siting agreements that basically say, if we're not around, have at it. There's a surety bond, and if it's not, if you go over surety, which there's a good chance they would, then it's going to be up to you and the county to figure it out. And the county may work with the decommissioning exercises at that time. So I don't like that. And I'm just going to say my piece, and then the board can comment. The other thing is on page 8, under the reclamation plan, it states that all the above and underground infrastructure shall be removed, recycled, or reused unless a written request is received from the owner of the property proposing the retention of any infrastructure and the request is approved by the county. I believe our ordinance says that there is to be disposal of the components, but not in the county landfill.
Correct.
Okay, so there you go with that. The other thing that is really concerning is, bear with me just one moment. under, let's see, page 8, again, it's that same page, up near the top, decommissioning plan and surety. Under item 3, and I got the ordinance here side by side. I did a comparative analysis of the language here. And the language starting with, in our ordinance, it starts with such estimate shall include, and this is the decommissioning estimate shall include 100% of the total projected cost of decommissioning, less the net salvage value of the solar energy infrastructure, equipment, facilities, or devices, plus a reasonable allowance for estimated administrative costs related to default, lessee, or developer. Our ordinance states that these estimates include 100% of the total projected cost of decommissioning, including, not less. So again, there is, in this siting agreement, that one word changes the entire meaning of what is being pushed off on the applicant and or the county. And I didn't catch this the first couple times I reviewed this. These things to me are patently, I worry, they're patently unfair if a property owner is not, if they don't have a lawyer that's looking at this stuff and giving them confidence that they're protected. And I further worry about the county's threshold for something that's going to happen in 30 to 35 years if these siting agreements in the unzoned areas in particular, the fact that you've agreed with Mr. Thompson that this should represent our ordinance, it clearly does not. And so I am calling, I have voted against this siting agreement twice now. And again, second thing, I'm not quite sure why our board policy is not being followed, which has stated that if a vote fails on a tie, if there is a tie, a vote fails. And I'd asked Mr. Whitlow to help me with that. So I don't understand why we've taken 2 votes on this and it's been a tied vote and it hasn't failed. Why do we keep bringing it back? So that's my piece. And I just wanted to share these observations with my colleagues. And Mr. Sandy, if I am incorrect or if I've made a mistake at all, please let me know and I will retract my statement and I will apologize for my misinterpretation.
Sure, and I don't know if all those were questions in there. I'll be happy to go through each one of them, and Jim might have some comments as well, particularly on the decommissioning. And so I don't know, Jim, do you want to address any of those comments, or were those simply statements for the record, or did you want
They're rhetorical, in nature, because these are my findings and my interpretation. I am no lawyer, and Mr. Gwynn, you know that, of course. But as a lay person, as a supervisor, these are just some of the citations in this agreement that caused me a lot of heartburn. And, some of these issues around these utility solar farms have given me great concern anyway because of the unknowns of a 30, 35-year-old project and the continued research I keep doing. So when I see a siting agreement like this that the board's being asked to enter into as a result of negotiating with the solar company, and I find these things, and then being told that it should be reflective of our ordinance, it just simply is not.
I got something to add.
Thompson, go ahead.
I think everybody on the board knows how I feel about property rights. And I think the owner, it's his land, her land, they should do with it what they want. They bought and paid for it. But, and if this is in our ordinance, we need to address it. And the reason I was asking those questions was not to really put you or nobody else on spot, but on page 5, where it says all in the very top paragraph in page 5, and all such excess amounts, this is talking about decommissioning, shall attach to the real estate as a tax lien until paid in full. To me, that's not acceptable. If they're going to come in here, they being the company to do the building this and getting the money off of it. Look, I know what it is, and I know that this is virgin territory because it hasn't been addressed before. But that doesn't need to go back onto the property owner. The company that's installing these things, when it comes down time for decommissioning, they need to step up to the plate and clean up the mess that they've made where they're making money. I mean, this is a known thing. They're not coming in here doing this as a favor to the public. They're making money off of this. And when this is decommissioned and going away, they need to pay for it from the money that they made. Now, I don't know how much money they make, but it is not the real estate as a tax lien until paid in full. And that's why, and if that's in our ordinance, we need to readdress that, because I was under the impression that the bond that we got would be plenty based upon the revisiting every 5 years to cover this, with no tax lien going to the property owner. And that is how I feel about that. I mean, I'm for these projects. I want everybody to know that up front. I am for property rights. You own the property, you bought it, you paid for it, and you got a right. But Ms. Smith said a statement there a while ago. These folks that are doing this are not lawyers. And you certainly don't need, anybody should be able to read the contract. And so that's my thing here on protecting the property owner.
And I can speak to that section, and then maybe Jim can jump in. So there will be a surety that's required. That surety will be updated every 5 years. I think the way I read this is that surety is there to cover that cost. If it's not, we're going to go back to the company or whoever that new company is, whoever it's been assigned to, and not until we've exhausted those efforts will we attach a lien to the property to collect the money. That's the way I read that, but maybe Jim can correct that. And I think the idea there is that the county would not be responsible for those efforts, after we tried to get those from the property owners, if for some reason the surety wasn't enough at the time.
The thought process behind it was twofold, Steve. Not only was it that, but we're also looking at situations where the landowners are getting rent in very large amounts, we think, for the use of the land. So when we go back in and have to clean, if you did have to go back in and clean up, the question as to who it's fair or how you would how you would figure out who would pay, if the surety has been exhausted, which is what was paid for by the actual solar company, then I think, we had to look at who was next in the pecking order of received money from the deal. And the landowner has received funds, considerable funds, from our understanding. So, yeah, I mean, if you have to clean it up, it's no different than if we have to clean up blight at anybody's place. There's going to be a tax lien on it. The difference here is, although they didn't put it in, they profited from it being put in. I'm guessing, and I'm not trying to be facetious when I say it, but nobody is inviting the solar company to come in for free. So they are getting something, and that's why that we looked at it in that direction. The 5-year program of making sure that the surety is up to date should go a long way toward alleviating that. I mean, that's been every ordinance that I've seen has that in it, as far as the 5 years. And as far as the less than, what that's talking about is, and I guess the best example I can give is if you've ever totaled your car and you get a check from the insurance company and they always take the salvage, because there's some value to take your car to the junkyard. So if your car is worth $6,000 and salvage is worth $1,000, if you keep the car, they're gonna give you $5,000. You send it all, they're gonna give you $6,000, and then they'll sell $1,000. So there's an assumption here that whatever the metal is that's being used has some value from a salvage standpoint. May not have much.
But you're saying it's an assumption.
Well, I think I mean,
The
most,
language is clear.
huh?
The language is clear.
Yeah, I mean, most scrap metal has some value in some way. I mean, do I know how much? No. But if there's no scrap value to it, then you're back to the surety covenant. So it doesn't get reduced. And it's up to us to make sure that we are diligent in those 5-year intervals. And we will have more of a track record of knowing what the cost is as we get through. I mean, we're not asking anybody to predict today what a 35-year cost, 35-year cost out's going to be.
Can't do that.
No, can't do it.
I can get into all of that at another time, but there's costs there that have yet to be talked about. And that's another, but between what you said and what you said, Jim, what if this solar company or its successors or sons are not any longer around? And it says that the county has the right to access the property with a lease with the applicant, and the county can complete the decommissioning should it choose to do so upon the applicant's default of its obligations.
That's why we have the surety, Ms. Smith.
But the surety may not be sufficient. That's what this even says. It admits that. That if, in the event anything over and above.
Well, now we're back to every 5 years, we're going to adjust the amount of the surety.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I feel like I'm not doing a good job of, I mean, the surety is a separate company, insurance company and all that. It's like a bond.
I understand.
mean, it's, you assume that you're going to have certain requirements, however many A's or whatever, double A's or triple A's in it, and that's what'll be picked.
I've said my piece.
I've got a couple more questions, but I'm very hesitant to ask them because it includes the county attorney, and in our policy, we need to go in closed session for those.
Do you wish to go into
So,
closed session?
With that being said, I'm hesitant to talk for a couple questions that I have until we go into closed session and talk with the attorney.
Okay. Hold on to that thought. Have any questions over here? Okay, Mr. Thompson, would you like to
I'll
request?
make a motion that we go into closed session. What is the one for the,
It is.
3711A8,
I'm sorry, say that again?
2.2-3711A8.
Franklin County Board of Supervisors, I'll make a motion that we enter into a closed meeting with accordance to 2.2-3711A8 for a matter of discussion with our legal counsel.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell, Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Do we have a second?
Okay.
Madam Clerk, you take a roll call, please.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right. So I think all the questions were asked and answered in closed session that need to be taken care of. So we need a action on the citing agreement. Go ahead.
I like for the, I'm sorry. I like for the company that's going to install it to respond to my question about the tax lien.
Okay. Can someone from the solar company please come forward?
Supervisors, my name's Alexandria Walling.
Will you talk into that, please? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm shorty over here. My name's Alexandria Walling. I'm here to represent the origination developer. And I also have my colleague here who is going to be the asset owner. So you've got all of us together.
Well, my question is, you're aware of the contract, the citing agreement that the county has,
Yes.
and you've complied to it. What is your thoughts on page 5 in the performance of decommissioning, in paragraph 1, and all such excess amounts shall attach to the real estate as a tax lien and paid into full? Is it your intentions for the tax lien to come back on there?
That is not our intention. We were trying to mimic the, basically almost like the template that was presented to us, to provide these protections under the authority having jurisdiction standards. We do have clauses within our lease that does protect the landowner from any tax liens against their real estate. Any tax liens that we have associated with the project would be associated to our leasehold interest and the system itself.
Okay.
So we are required to clear anything like that for the landowner.
And in your contracts, you have agreements in there, and it's written up that if you were to sell it, say you were company A and I'm company B, and you were to sell it to me, then there's agreements in there that I have to comply with everything that whoever.
Absolutely. We have language in there for selling the property or assigning it. This particular project, we have been in partnership with Catalyze since 2020 on the development of this particular project. The ownership of the LLC changes from front-end development to asset owner. But yes, the landowner has been notified, signs an estoppel. Any financing or anything associated with the project is also subject to all of those.
Who is the owner of this project?
Catalyze.
Cadillac?
Catalyze.
And who specifically is the owner? Or is it a board? You got a name?
I'll let him speak to that.
Hi, how are you? Ed Schweitzer. I'm with Catalyze. Yes, so Catalyze is owned by NCAP and Actus, are our two main owners. They're on our board and they invest in our projects.
Who are they?
NCAP they're both private equity companies.
Where are they located?
NCAP is in Houston. Actus is based in the UK.
Where?
UK, United Kingdom.
The UK?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that answers my question.
So with respect to your question and your response with the tax lien, and you're talking about the safeguards that are in the agreement with the property owner, does it mirror and back into this citing agreement?
The lease, it doesn't mirror the exact language.
That's what I
However, it
thought.
does reference back that we will be subject to the standards of the authority having jurisdiction. So that's how we're able to anticipate that since we signed the agreement before we go into permitting.
Thank
So we are subject to.
So it does not mirror our
No, it
citing
doesn't.
Well, I think I might be confused about the question here, because we had not, the ordinance wasn't even in place when we signed the ground lease agreement, and in order to anticipate anything that is required by the county, we have language that says that all of the end of term and the lease is subject to the authority having jurisdiction's terms. So that's how it circles back to whatever standards you would apply to the project.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
that language is in there that it does cite everything that's in our citing agreement.
Yes, it is within, I know, you know, with trying to keep the landowner with their privacy, I can say it is within Section 13 of our lease.
Say that again?
It is within Section 13 of our lease agreement directly with the landowner.
We don't have.
We don't have that.
No.
Yeah.
It's private.
That's private,
Agreement.
but it's in there, according to you. Okay.
Yes.
We got that on record.
Absolutely. You
Everything
put me
y'all
on
did-
record for that.
Everything you just said is on record.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
I have a question. If this vote fails today, do you think your company is going to pursue this project?
Yes, sir. We do find that there are going to be great benefits for the community and the landowner. So we want to keep working to make sure that this becomes a reality.
Okay, thank you.
Made promises to the landowner and hope to keep those.
Anyone else have anything? Okay, board, what's your pleasure?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Where's that in here? I want to read it just like it's in here.
Attachment 14,
Page what?
it's attachment 14, after the executive summary, within the executive summary.
I'm in there. I hadn't got to the back yet. I'll get to it in a minute. Ready?
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the proposed solar siting agreement for the Constitutional Solar LLC proposed 4 megawatt solar project to be located on Franklin County parcel number 11100174001, Snow Creek District, consisting of approximately 40 acres, and further authorize the chairman, county administrator, and county attorney to sign the necessary documents to approve the agreement.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that we approve the siting agreement. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
No.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
No.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
No.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
No.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Failed 4-2.
Motion fails.
For your consideration.
Okay, Mr. Sandy? He had to leave.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll cover his stuff later.
Okay.
If that's all right. All right. Let's see if. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the second item that I had under my items was a request of Mr. Ronald Mitchell to discuss Diamond Avenue and some of the issues and concerns out there. And so I've just summarized a few things here, and then Mr. Mitchell may want to add, or Mr. Carter as well. This has been, I can say, since I've been here since 2015, it's been something that's come up several times, and even before me, I think with former board members about trying to identify opportunities and solutions here. So I'll go through some of those quickly, because I know we're kind of running behind schedule a little bit, but this is really related to access to a residential area on Diamond Avenue, which is in the Rocky Mount District. And it's limited. It's not our only one in the county. There's a few of these, but this is one where the kind of the one access in and out is across the railroad tracks. And so concerns have been raised over the years by citizens about the need to have an alternative access, primarily due to trains that occasionally will stop on the track, blocking Diamond Avenue access. And so there have been some incidents where the track has, or the road has been blocked by the track. I wouldn't say it's a regular occurrence, but it has occurred at times over the years. And this is not when the train is moving, you know, because obviously there's some delay when the train is moving for a 2 or 3 mile train. We're really talking about those times when the train is stopped. I'll note that there was an emergency access easement that was established back in 2013. It was part of the Lily's Leisure development, which is a senior housing development down the road on Diamond Avenue. And that easement does connect to Sycamore Street. However, that access was not improved, so the access was put on paper, but there is no actual road that was built for that. Other possible alternative access points have been looked at over the years, but no easements were established for any of those, and no funding was secured to build any of those alternative access points either. And this is just kind of a really rough sketch, but just to give you an idea, here's Plygym. Here's Diamond Avenue where it connects by the office supply store right in town. Goes down through town, goes across the tracks here, and then this red line represents the town boundary of Rocky Mount. So at that point, it crosses over into the county and then continues out here where it basically dead ends at the back of the road. And so Lily's Leisure is this development here. And you can see there's a number of residential households and a number of other streets that do come off of Diamond Avenue as well. So one of the issues obviously is the concerns about Norfolk Southern and the trains stopping and obstructing traffic. So staff has reached out to Norfolk Southern really multiple times over the years to both the police, their dispatch, as well as a government affairs representative, just expressing those concerns. And so some of the things that I've heard just from some folks say, well, they're stopped because the engineer gets off and he goes and gets dinner. Of course, Norfolk Southern will not confirm nor deny, I guess, but they say that is not the case. That is not happening. They've advised that the only reason it would be stopped was really two issues. One, if there was a mechanical issue with the train itself, or an example was if there was some sort of incident at 6 Mile Post Road where they could not continue across, they would have to stop and wait for that, to be cleared up. And so they're saying those are the only reasons that it would happen. We have certainly notified them of the times the citizens have told us that it was stopped to verify and make sure that there are no issues there moving forward, or no recurrent issues anyway. They have advised, and we've certainly passed this off through our public safety and our dispatch, and they're well aware of it, but this is also for the citizens, is that if there are issues noted, and this is really countywide, it doesn't just have to be here at Diamond Avenue, but this is the number 1-800-453-2530 to call for Norfolk Southern Police to report any kind of an issue that someone may be having relative to trains within the county, whether it's stop trains or any other issue for that regard. So, and I just note here at the end that we continue to work with Norfolk Southern to kind of limit any of these traffic disturbances, and also find other possible solutions for alternative access, not only at this location, but others as well that may be impacted by the railroad. So just a little bit of history. This goes back to a map that was presented back in 2016 to the board, looking at some alternative routes to connect and provide a new connection into town. So this is Diamond Avenue coming here. So one possibility that was looked at was at the very end of the road, basically connecting with the end of Sycamore Street, which in this map is called Route A. Route B looks at the connection at Lily's Leisure over to Sycamore Street here. And then Route C looked at connecting from Diamond Avenue to the end of Peters Street. And those were really identified as kind of the three most logical ways to connect. And so the thinking is if you can get to Sycamore or Edgemont, in this case, you can get over the North Main Street and you avoid that connection with the railroad tracks. A and C, we have no easements in place. B, as I mentioned earlier, and I'll talk a little bit more about, we do have an easement in place. The other issue with C, I think, is that you can see here, there's some stream here, so we would have some wetlands issues likely, which might increase cost, as well as we might have some grade issues as you go up to Peters, to kind of make that happen for emergency access. So really the focus is Route B. I will say Supervisor Mitchell and I went out, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, really kind of focused on Route B as the possible alternative. And this is kind of a zoomed in version. This is the edge of Lily's Leisure here. This is Sycamore Street here. The one thing that's not identified here is the town limits, but basically it's running along here. And so this last section of the easement as it connects with Sycamore is actually within the town of Rocky Mount, probably about 200 feet or so. The rest of it would run across this property here under the power lines and then connect to a access point here between buildings at Lily's Leisure. So again, this emergency access has been established on paper, has been platted, but there is no road there. So a truck really could not traverse this route right now. There would have to be some improvements to get a fire truck or ambulance or some other emergency vehicle in there.
Mr. Sandy, whose property is that? Do you recall the name?
Which one?
This one right here.
This one was part of the original ownership of the same one that owned Lily's Leisure. I think they're out of North Carolina.
Okay.
But we would need to coordinate with them, but legally, the easement is in place, so we would have the opportunity. I'll stress for emergency access, not for full access, because it's specifically stated for emergency access, and I believe it's 20-foot wide. Through this field is relatively flat. I think one of the issues that would be of concern is here where it connects with Sycamore Street. It does have a little bit of a grade. It does cross some wet areas. I don't know if they would be considered wetlands, but there would be some improvements that would certainly need to be made there to make it accessible for heavy fire trucks or ambulance.
So where the yellow is, that's proposed, right?
That's where the actual easement is.
We do have that easement.
We do have the easement, but there is no physical road.
Is there a road on that easement?
No.
Correct. There is no road built within that easement.
Okay. Okay, so that, we have that, but what about the tannish looking road?
It is there too. It just didn't show up on here. There is legal access to connect from the parking lot all the way over to Sycamore.
Does that road exist too?
There is no road between Sycamore and Lily's
Okay,
Leisure.
so we'll have to put a road in.
Correct. Someone would, correct.
Thank you.
But that's really what kind of this talks to, is there is an access in place. That seems to be the most viable option. If we were to provide some sort of emergency access, it solves the issue of the railroad track, gets you kind of around the railroad track issue. As I mentioned, about 200 feet of that would be within the town of Rocky Mount, and it would connect to the town street, Sycamore Street, so there may be some town requirements there as far as site distance or other things that we would certainly need to look into if anything moved forward. I mentioned just the road, would have to have the grades to accommodate the heavy equipment and also have a gravel base and so forth. Currently, there is no funding allocated for any of this work out there. If this was to move forward, there would have to be some funding allocated to it. We'd also need to have that coordination with all those property owners in the town of Rocky Mount. And as I mentioned, I want to stress again is that this particular scenario would only be for emergency access.
Steve, do you think there might be FEMA monies available, given the scope of what we're trying to achieve?
Not that I'm aware of. So
Like a grant? I'm looking in the grant world.
But not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Is the town interested in helping us with that 200 feet?
I have not had a conversation with the town. I don't know if Mr. Mitchell has talked to anybody at the
They
town.
were when I worked on it. They seemed very receptive, and I assume they still would. That town council member's no longer owned.
Sure, some different council members, so.
I feel like they would probably work with us.
Yeah, it's a small part that's actually in the town. Now, when it comes to town, it would be Department 1 that would be responding from the fire side, because they do serve outside the town, especially that close proximity, so they would be the ones responding. And so I know certainly Mr. Mitchell's familiar with that area.
So is our projected, the material to ask this question, is our projected cost of what it would cost to do this?
I don't have an estimate.
Really tell.
I mean,
That's my fault, Mr.
we have
Cundiff.
some, we have some maybe ideas of what it might be, but.
You know, I've got experience with grant, I mean, with my business and stuff. I mean, there's the Route B, looking at it, there's absolutely nothing difficult about the land and getting a road through there. You know, like shooting from the hip, I mean, you know, the stone that have to go down, you're probably looking at $40,000, $50,000 worth of stone, grading. I mean, I think you could probably somewhere just ballparking $250,000 to build a road to get in over there. Like Steve said, this is pretty much flat, and then as it comes into the back of Lily's, there's a little bit of a slope to get down into here, but it's not enough of a slope that would concern me. There'd have to be a pretty good culvert pipe put in to get through a little, it's like a little stream right here. But to me, looking at it, if somebody called me and asked me to build this, I'd have no issue with it whatsoever. I'd have to hire some, you know, people have some bigger equipment to help with some of the moving of the dirt, but there's nothing challenging about this road that I can see. And speaking as, you know, the captain for the fire department in town, you know, it doesn't happen very often, but it happened last year. We had a house fire, and the train, it wasn't stopped, but it was moving. And I think it delayed us about a minute, but a minute's a long time in the fire world. Fire doubles in size every 30 seconds. So it was, get it on record, it's going to bite us in the butt eventually. So we need to do this. And I understand there's several other spots in the county like this, and we need to work at looking for remedies for those too. I mean, those are citizens that we took an oath to protect. It's in our mission statement. So this is stuff that we need to take serious and get taken care of. I think this will be a good first one to tackle, and kind of see how it goes and look at knocking out some of the other ones in the county that we're having issues with. I've heard several people on this board say it before, even Mr. Cundiff, you dial 911, you expect somebody to show up. Well, if we can't get there, you know, whose fault is that when we know we have an easement? We just got to spend the money to make it happen. So,
the part that's not a road right now, you're talking about the easement. Is these people, are they favorable of doing this?
well, there's an easement there. I don't think it matters if they're favorable at this point. So we just got to vote to spend the money, get a good solid estimate on building the road and move forward. Easement's there. I mean, luckily the county attorney and county staff had a good
I'm talking about the part that's not a road there.
There's no road anywhere here.
Well, I understand that too, but I'm talking about the part where we had the platform for a road, but then it ends there and then ties back in, that light tannish or what you want to call it.
Actually, all of that should be the same yellow.
What?
All of that should be the same yellow. It's just, it wasn't on
Okay.
this particular
All right.
map. So the full easement is there. We just don't have any physical
Okay.
road built.
So
there.
the easement is there. Okay.
And I like this one better from a response standpoint. This bring it like Lily's Leisures is kind of in the center of like the whole Diamond Avenue area. So you get through Lily's Leisure, you go right or left. The other one, it's at the very end. I mean, if it's on the other end of Diamond Avenue, that just, we might as well sit and wait for the train. But, you know, I think it's necessary. And I think we need to get serious about doing it. And
I wonder if anybody checked, see if there's any grants out there for this.
Ms. Smith just asked that question. So, I mean, I think staff is always looking for grants and funding. So,
Well, I think that the initial ones that would come to mind is like the revenue sharing program with VDOT, which is 50/50. However, this is emergency access. It's not a VDOT road. And so if we went the VDOT road route, likely wouldn't be here. You know, we'd have to find another solution with different easements. So I don't know that that's necessarily going to be an option here. look to Billy, because Billy's been involved with this over the years too. I'm not sure if he's aware of any FEMA or other emergency type of
I will make one
grant
comment
opportunities
while
that might
we're
be available.
discussing all this. When I was working with the people in that community, and this was a direct quote, we don't want an emergency access, we want a road. So this will
This is
solve
emergency.
the emergency problem, and I agree with all this, but I'm gonna tell you, this is not what the community wants.
Well, if I may just interject something quickly, Mr. Chair. I think there's two things at play here. This obviously rises to an approximated level of a capital project. We are going to be reviewing our capital program very, very soon. And we will be acknowledging potential additions to that and then potential reprioritization of the projects on that. Again, let's be careful how we just work in isolation on capital project level funding, so that we can make sure we're keeping that global perspective on all of the needs in the county. And this surely rises to the level, but I would just urge the board to keep it in somewhat of a constructive approach with how we fund capital.
I think what Ms. Smith is politely saying to me is, please don't make a motion to spend money tonight. And I'm not. I know I'm
Never
famous
say
for
that.
that, but that's not my intentions. I think this requires, so we need a good solid estimate on what the road's gonna cost first. And I'm gonna reach out to a local excavator that I know and trust that can give me a fair, and do we have permission to go over there and walk across that land, Steve?
I think I would just go to Lily's Leisure just to confirm that we're there and what we're doing. But I would say for this purpose, it's probably inherent, but I would make sure that we just let them know before we go on the property.
Appreciate it. And Mr. Carter made a good statement. I mean, we're talking emergency.
Yeah, and I was going to echo that, is that I've heard similar comments that, I think while there is the need for the emergency, I think there's also a larger desire to have a secondary vehicular access as well, and this would not provide that opportunity, so.
Mr. Thompson.
I'm going to have to inject here for just a moment. If this goes through, we're going to have to really be careful here. You're opening up a big can of worms. Because I've already had a couple requests for the same thing. I mean, just, I don't know the date now. I don't have it with me, but just a few years ago, there was a house burnt down in Boone's Mill because they couldn't get across the way the road is built, across the railroad tracks. VDOT's already checked into it. That's a major project from the way that it is. And I got another place in the Boone District that has got a 3-ton bridge limit. We went through this a while back. I'm here to tell you, this here $250 estimated cost, that's not going to touch it. Because if you do one, you got to do a lot of others. And that's, you really open the county up. So it's, we need to think long and hard about this. I don't mean to be ugly. I don't mean to be hateful. I don't mean to be any of that. But that railroad track was there when those people built those houses across it. And what's changed today? I've said that to the folks in the Boone District. I don't mean to be ugly, but that's what I told them. What's changed from you built there? You knew this was there. And so I'm just telling you, this one project is not going to be, if the cost is $250, it's not going to be $250,000. We're going to be end up overall millions of dollars because you can't do one.
And to that point, I'll just say, as I mentioned earlier about continuing the conversations with the railroad, is the intention is to have their government affairs representative come down and see those examples, because there is a push at the national level really to do away with those at-grade crossings, really mostly because of accidents. And so there is an effort there. And so to your question earlier, Ms. Smith, there may be some funding on that side to try to get rid of some of those at-grade crossings, not necessarily to build something like this, but there may be some other opportunities to help fix some of these situations or alleviate some of these situations.
Mr. Chairman, I want to go on record as I'm not opposed to this. I'm just saying that there's, that project, there will be more. It's not just fixing one project. There will be more.
And so I guess for me is I know Supervisor Mitchell had said something about maybe getting some further estimates. I guess since we, no pun intended, since we've been down this road before, is kind of what's the direction for staff, I guess, as far as the appropriate next steps? Are we waiting till a capital project review, or should we be looking at estimates? Or
For me, and as my district, I would like for staff to investigate the VDOT revenue sharing program.
for a different sort of access?
Well, or for this.
Well, I don't think this would work because we don't have the easements necessary for a public road.
Then I would go for the capital, try to put it in the capital.
We could look at a different location for revenue sharing, but not for this particular.
Well, I've been to quote you down this road, and some of these other options, they've said, oh, well, we can get an easement from this person, and then we can't get an easement. This to me is the most viable option right here if we can get an emergency ingress egress somehow.
But at what point are we building a road or are we building an emergency exit?
Emergency.
Emergency exit.
I don't know if we're doing either. I'm just, I think that's what staff's looking for.
Is this road going to be
direction.
locked up until emergency vehicle comes through, or is it, everybody's just going to travel back and forth?
This particular example on the screen would only be for emergency access.
Be only what?
Only emergency access for this
So
example.
it'd be a lock on the road?
Say that again?
Will be a lock or a gate on the road?
Yeah, it would be some sort of restricted access. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, we're not in business of building public roads. But if we need to get that emergency access, I can see that.
And all that being said, I agree totally with what Ronnie said. Once we do this, we're looking at others. Tim's got log cabin estates in his district that's impassable. That's what
Mr.
we're
Thompson.
into.
Before we get into this very far, I would like for the board to think about Steve's recommendation for this. You said the federal government was behind getting some of these. I'd like to get somebody down here to do some kind of a study in what all is going to be involved with starting a project like this in Franklin County.
For specifically looking at removing at-grade crossings?
Yes,
Is that's the program
That's
I
what-
was referring to, yeah. I think
And
there
get
is an
some-
effort at the federal DOT to try to eliminate those as many as they can. Now, going to be some challenges in certain locations to make that happen, but I have requested that Norfolk Southern representative come down, and we'll go look at each one of those to see if there's any possibilities of, some improvements there.
And if
And
there,
Boone's Mill is a great example of some of those, where there's several at-grade crossings.
I mean, Boone's Mill alone, I'm sitting here just off the top of my head thinking there's 5 or 6.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, and not just one, but 5 or 6. In the same thing, was talking about, they had to get, I know for one, in Boone's Mill, we had a representative that was before a whole lot of you were in here on the board, but a representative from Norfolk Southern come here. And they got procedures for what they call breaking the train. They'll uncouple it and get it across, but it takes time to do that. We've talked about these trains having to stop for this or that, but sometimes these trains break down, just like a car does. Sometimes that happens. And so it's a lot involved here, guys. I'm telling you, and ladies, it's a lot involved here when we're talking about that, and we need to really, VDOT, I know that's in the town up here, but back here in the back, it's a lot involved.
I think the
It's just
trains are
not-
longer now too,
Sir?
I think the trains are longer now too,
Yeah.
2 miles or more, some of them. so, which just exacerbates the problem.
I think we need to. You say you've already requested for that.
Yes, I have, yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Mr.
So we
Chairman.
plan to move forward with that regardless of really what happens here with this particular emergency access. So as far as next steps,
What's your pleasure on direction for the
Can I have
board?
permission to at least get an estimate? Consensus of the board to at least get an estimate, so we at least have something to talk about at
for
our
an
capital.
emergency access
For emergency,
only?
yep.
Everybody good with getting a price estimate on project for emergency access?
Run that by me again.
Are you good with the staff getting a price estimate on the project to create this emergency access? Just give us an access so we kind of get a ballpark figure of what we're looking at.
I think that's what you suggested.
I think that's what,
okay.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Steve, I was just talking to Mr. Whitlow here, and due to time constraints, I think we're gonna have to make some adjustments.
Sure. That third item that we added, we can do that later.
Yes, we need to go ahead and do that now. So let's go ahead and take care of that, and then we'll redirect, we'll change some of these with the housing and all that. So let's go ahead and
Gotcha.
take care of the interject part.
Sure. So you all have a copy of this letter from Interjex. We just received today, and so put it before you just for your consideration today, because it was a kind of a timely matter, because we will need to, typically we would be advertising this for your board meeting. Well, let me go back a little bit. This is the Interjex Mountain Brook Solar special use permit rezoning request located out on Brooks Mill Road and Burnt Chimney Road. This matter has had a public hearing before the Planning Commission, which would have been last week. Typically, that would be scheduled for the May board meeting, and we would advertise, and so we haven't advertised it yet, but we will be later this week putting that advertisement in. What they are requesting in this letter is the ability to, rather than scheduling it for May, schedule it for June. I guess staff really doesn't have an opinion necessarily on this. We just need to know because of the timeliness of running the notices. The only caveat I will say there is that if it is changed to June, we would like to send a letter to all the adjoining property owners to make them aware that it has been moved from May to June, because at the Planning Commission meeting and the letter they received said it would likely be before the board in May. So I don't think there's any legal reasons it couldn't be changed to June with the board's authorization, but this is their request. As I said, staff really doesn't have a position one way or the other on it. So they made the request, and because of the timely nature, we wanted to get it before you for your consideration.
All right. Any questions from Mr. Sandy?
I have.
Go ahead.
Did you say me? Okay. Steve, Interjex has known for months the time schedule we've been on with the Planning Commission and the board. And this is a board's public hearing. It's not for Interjex. It's for us to hear from our public, from the citizens. And the biggest thing driving my concern here is that this issue has caused tremendous upset by citizens. It's demonstrated at the Planning Commission meeting, and more so, a lot of intense things going on with the neighbors in the area. It's caused a lot of consternation, and to move this out yet another month is going to just further exacerbate those issues. Mr. Chairman, from my perspective, I would like to keep on our current prescribed course. I can't believe it Interjex just, they have a conflict all of a sudden after they got voted down 7-0. Just saying.
I second Lori on that. It's easier for them to change their plans than for us to send out a bunch of letters.
I will say they've agreed to pay for those letters if we do decide to change it, but again, staff really doesn't have a position here, one way or the other.
Anyone else have an opinion, question?
Stay on track. I don't care one way or the other.
That's me.
Doesn't matter to me, whichever.
I guess if we take no action, then it'll be set for May.
I think it would stay on the same course, correct? That would be my opinion.
Still ought to take some action.
Yeah.
For your record.
I would, you want me to make a
Go ahead.
motion? I would make a motion, well, first of all, that the board is in receipt of Interjex's request to postpone the Board of Supervisors' public hearing until June 2023, excuse me. And that my motion be that the Board of Supervisors continue with our prescribed method of public hearing, at which I request to be advertised for a May 16th public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to keep the public hearing for Interjex to May the 16th. Any other discussion before we take a final vote? Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
No.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I won't be here for the May meeting. So I would like to hear it, but anyway, no.
Chairman Tatum,
No.
motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Due to time constraints, I'm going to ask the board if we're going to, we have the option to skip over some of the work session items and bring them back at the end of the meeting and go from here directly into closed session. And we can, Madam Clerk, is dinner here?
Yes.
We can grab dinner and we'll go into closed session and take care of that. And when we come back, after we come back for the evening, if we time allows, we'll get back into these work session items that we're skipping over. If no one has any objections, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors motion into a closed meeting in accordance with Section 2.2-3711, A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A7, consultation with legal counsel pertaining to actual litigation. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yeah.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Motion to read?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I would make a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to certify the closed meeting. Madam Clerk, you take a roll call.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay, the line of appointments, I think we have one appointment. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, for Aging Services, I'd like to appoint Vivian Dole. She's been a long time, right here, 76 years in the part of the Snow Creek community, and she would be a great asset to it.
Okay, we have an appointment. Do we have a second?
Second.
We don't need a roll call on this, so all in favor of appointing Vivian Doyle to the Aging Services Committee for the Snow Creek District. Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. There are none opposed. Okay. Let's see here. Recess for previously advertised public hearings as follows. Ms. Cooper, nice to see you this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Tatum and members of the board. We're here to hear a public hearing for a special use permit with conditions on approximately 1.46 acres. The property is zoned R1 residential, suburban subdivision district. The property is located at 550 Lake Stone Road in the Union Hall Election District. The purpose of this request is to allow a home, second single-family detached on a lot, and the future land use designation is low-density residential. Just to give you a little background, there is one dwelling already located on the parcel. It is owned by the applicant. The second dwelling that is proposed for you this evening is for the applicant's mother. The second dwelling is proposed to provide converting an existing detached garage into a dwelling. So the garage right now is 22 by 22. They want to enlarge it by 10 feet. So the dwelling would be 22 by 32, which is approximately 704 square feet. It would consist, it would be a single story, single family with one bedroom, one full bath, and like I said, the total area of 704 square feet. The dwelling will be served by Western Virginia Water Authority for its water. The sewer will be provided by a new septic sewer system, drain field, and the applicant has already started with the AOSE to be able to get the proper permits to put that septic system in. And I just told you about that. The property does share a driveway with 446 Lake Stone Road. This would be the third house that would be using that driveway. Staff has received 3 phone calls regarding this. Most of it is just what is going on, the nature of the special use permit, and they did receive 1 letter of support, and it was for a neighbor next door that's at 580 Lake Stone Road. Just to let you know, we like to give you a vicinity map to show you where it's located in the county. We also like to give you an aerial. This is the property that we're discussing. The house is down here. This is the house that uses the driveway, and this is the property owner that sent in the letter of support. We like to show the future land use map, which is low-density residential. We also like to show you a zoning map to show what the zoning is, and as I stated before, it's R1, which is one of your residential subdivisions. You also have A1, and then you have RPD, which is your residential plan unit development at the end of the cul-de-sac. We like to give you a conceptual plan. This is the existing house. If you've been out there, the lot is wooded. It's a little open field up here. This is the garage that's going to be converted if approved. This is the addition. The septic field will be over in this area. And then this is the shared drive. Staff analysis, the purpose of the R1 zoning district is to maintain a neighborhood stability and promote suitable environment for family life, and to separate residential uses from commercial. The conversion of the existing garage into a second dwelling for use for the elderly mother would be a champion of this purpose. The conversion of the second dwelling would bear no visual impact to the property or the neighborhood, as the structure is already existing and they're just going to be expanding. Your Planning Commission held their public hearing. The Planning Commission voted 5 in favor, 2 were absent to approve the special use permit with the following 6 conditions. The special use permit authorized only one second dwelling on the property, as described in the application and staff report. No additional residential dwellings shall be permitted on the property. The applicant of the second dwelling shall only be immediate family, which would include siblings, grandparents, parents, children, spouses. In this case, it is a parent. In reference to condition 2, the applicant property owner shall reflect the use and the occupancy in a deed to the property. The second dwelling shall have its own address, clearly visible and displayed on the dwelling for emergency 911 purposes. The address shall be posted so it's visible from Lakestone Road. The applicant and property owner shall obtain all permits that the Virginia Department of Health requires for the septic system and drain field prior to the second dwelling being occupied. The applicant / property owner shall obtain all permits from the Franklin County Building Department prior to the use and occupancy of the dwelling. And I would be glad to answer any questions, and the petitioner is here also to answer questions and to present.
All right, anyone have any questions for Ms. Cooper?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Lisa.
Good evening.
Just a question. Over in the staff reports with the development team, excuse me, Fire and EMS didn't have any comments or questions. But then Mr. Schmidt from GIS had a comment regarding addressing emergency access. So I'm wondering how that's fitting into public safety, having no comments, but he did. What does that mean?
Basically, for Eric Schmidt to have a comment, he wants to make sure that all dwellings in the county should be addressed so that if emergency personnel needs to see it, it's supposed to be, I think that in our code, it's supposed to be on your structure so that they can find it. There was discussion at the DIRT meeting about the paved drive, if it should be a certain size, since it was going to be serving 3 dwellings, but at the time, the fire marshal said that it didn't have to, the size that it was fine. But basically, Eric, the reason why he commented is because he's the one that assigns the addresses and wants to make sure that Fire and EMS can find a person that needs help.
So was that satisfied? Or will it be satisfied?
It will be satisfied. It has to be before it would be occupied.
Do we need to make that a condition?
You can.
Because I was reading the conditions, and the number 6 just applies to building department.
Right, it does. You could actually, pardon me? Yeah, we did. Number 4, the second dwelling shall be addressed, clearly visible and displayed on the dwelling for 911 emergency services.
All right, so that correlates back to Eric then.
That's
Okay.
Eric.
Okay. The only other question I have, did the planning commission and/or staff entertain any condition that would say, in addition to number 2, that the additional dwelling could not be used for short-term rental purposes?
No, we did not. The one thing that we do have, that we did this for another second dwelling that was approved by you all a couple of months ago, is we make them do an affidavit of special use permit. And basically, it states that it'll only be used for a single family member, and then it is recorded in the clerk's office. But if that's something of a concern and you want to put an extra teeth in it, then you could put a condition that the dwelling can never be used for rentals.
Because I've seen that we do this. We've done this quite a few times since I've been on the board.
You have, and in this district, you are not supposed to be renting, but it doesn't hurt to put extra teeth.
Okay, so that's just one thing that I would propose to the board, that I would like put in there if you see fit. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Cooper?
All right.
I don't see any. If you will, state your name and address in the microphone, please.
Yes, I'm Rebecca Helgeson. I live at 550 Lakestone Road in Union Hall. And this is for my 90-year-old mother who refuses to live under the same roof with me, but will live on the same property with me. So she continues to be fiercely independent, and we're looking at expanding the garage so we can accommodate her independence and her needs. She'll be moving from Chatham.
Yeah. That's great.
And I'm just here to answer questions if y'all have any.
Anyone have any questions? I don't see any.
Okay, thank you.
I wish you would have brought him over. Would have liked to have met him.
Okay, I'll open the floor to a public hearing in this matter. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up for this?
No, Chairman, I have no speakers for this item.
Is there anyone in the gallery that would like to speak to the board in regard to this issue? Seeing none, I will close the floor to public hearing. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, if you don't mind, please.
Go ahead.
I find that the use will not be a substantial detriment or to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the use permitted by the right-of-way in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for the home second detached dwelling on the lot with the 6 conditions as recommended by the planning commission.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Cooper?
Thank you, Chairman Tatum and members of the board. We're also here to hear another special use permit. This is a special use permit with conditions on approximately 0.8 acres. The property is zoned A1 agricultural. The address is 1645 Moorwood Road in the Gills Creek Election District. This property, the special use permit request is to allow for a short-term rental. And also, the property is located in the Westlake Hellsford designated growth area, and it does have a future land use of suburban residential 2 units per acre. Just to give you a little background, the dwelling was built in 2007. It consists of 3 bedrooms, 3 full baths for a total of 3,800 square feet. The applicant does not currently reside in the dwelling full-time. They will use the dwelling periodically. They have a farm in the Union Hall district. Adjacent properties include single-family dwellings. Some of the adjacent zoning is A1. There is nearby zoning not immediate adjacent R1 residential subdivision to general business. The property happens to be located on a state-maintained road with a private driveway with a hard surface and parking area. There are 3 off-site dwellings adjacent to the property. The first one is 106 feet to the west. There's one that's approximately 217 feet to the north in the rear of this dwelling, and the other adjacent dwelling is approximately 121 feet to the east. Staff received 2 letters in opposition, and they were both from the same citizen. We also had 3 phone calls that were just inquiring about the one was inquiring about the application. One of the property owners was concerned about the people renting the home would trespass on their property to gain access to the lake. And there was one in opposition for the short-term rental, stating that her son and grandchild lived nearby. We'd like to give you a vicinity map. It is in the Gills Creek Election District. We also like to give you the aerial view. So this is the subject property for the short-term rentals. And then here is the lake. And this property does not have lake access. It would have to go, if it had a boat, go to the marina that's down here. I think still has a boat ramp that they could put into. The future land use map, the old future land use was low-density residential. Excuse me, this is the wrong. It is suburban residential, which is 2 units per acre, which is very similar to your low-density residential in other areas that are 1 to 2 dwellings per acre. This like to give you a zoning map so you can see the different zonings. Obviously, property surrounding it is zoned A1. There is a B2 property here. This property is residential planned unit development. This is an R1, and this happens to be PCD, which is your planned commercial development. I would like to show you the conceptual plan. This is the state-maintained road. This is the drive with the parking area showing the septic system. The applicants have agreed that there needs to be some more buffering. This area is all wooded. There is some trees here. They are planning to plant some more trees in this green-blue area. With Smith Mountain Lake being a prime destination, the proposed use to expand the temporary lodging options for guests to be able to come here to Smith Mountain Lake and enjoy the amenities that we have to offer. In addition, the extra lodging for short-term rentals will continue to boost tourism and in some ways will help our economy and boost our economy. Your Planning Commission held their public hearing. The Planning Commission voted 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent for the special use permit with 6 conditions. The first one is that the short-term rental, it can only exist in this dwelling. There shall be no other dwelling that will be allowed to have short-term rentals. The only way it would be allowed is if it came back to the Board of Supervisors and had a recommendation from the Planning Commission. The owners will have to adhere to all supplementary regulations, which are in the county code, and it's section 25-138 and section 5.572. The property owners will have to obtain on $1 million liability policy, and I think they already have that. The owner shall register the short-term rental and shall come into compliance with all the inspections that are required according to our county code. No short-term rental shall be authorized until the inspection is in place and the property is found to be compliant with all of our regulations. The short-term rental shall offer a maximum of 3 bedrooms for 6 adults. If they want to expand it to another bedroom, the septic system would have to be upgraded. And we also put a condition that the screening along the western property line on the concept plan would be adhered to before the short-term rental is occupied or rented. And I would be glad to answer any questions, and the petitioners are here to speak.
All right. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Cooper? Don't see any. If you will, state your name and address, please.
Thomas Yerke, and we reside at 435 Kenwood Road in Glade Hill.
Okay.
The buffer thing we've already addressed. The $1 million has been addressed. We've already took care of all those issues.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Yerke?
And, oh yeah, the access thing to the lake is almost impossible. There's a huge gully, and as you've seen in the aerial, you would have to go, and we have a huge retaining wall. So you would have to climb down that, past a fence, through 2 properties to get to the water. That's almost not worth it when you could go a quarter mile to the marina. Yeah, and also my son and my grandson live 2 miles up the road from that house.
Okay.
We have
So you
family
guys
close.
reside in Union Hall?
Yes.
Part-time at this house.
Her office is a mile from there.
Yes.
So you would be available for
Always.
Yes.
problems and so
Yeah,
forth?
we're always
Always.
right in that vicinity. Revolve around that area.
I work remotely, so I can drop out a hat, go anywhere.
Anyone else have any questions for this couple? Won't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the floor to public hearing this issue. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up?
Chairman, I have no speakers for this item.
Okay. Is there anyone here tonight that would like to speak to the board in regard to this issue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Board, what's your pleasure?
Nobody wants to make a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve. I find that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, and that the character of the zoning district change thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the use permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for short-term tourist rental in a dwelling with the 6 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Tatum.
Yes. Oops, sorry about that. All right, other matters for supervisors. I'll start over here with Ronald Mitchell. And
I just have a couple, Mr. Chairman. I'd really like to thank the board, last meeting for the action for the overtime pay for our SROs, and really excited, looking forward to having that meeting in May to move forward and protect our children. Really proud of this board at the last meeting, and I know a lot of happy parents in the county. And like I said earlier, I apologize for my language at the last meeting. So also, I think it was the March meeting, Callaway Rescue Squad was here, or was that last meeting? No, it was last meeting. One of the officers from the squad reached out to me about when we were going to get together with them, because we mentioned getting together with them in May about a work session on what we could do to help them as far as assisting them and getting back up and running. He just wanted to know, so I would ask that Mr. Whitlow get in touch with Director Ferguson to schedule that meeting with them so they know what to expect, what they need to bring to the table, and make sure to have a good conversation with them in May. And I have the number, which Director Ferguson has all their numbers, so I don't need to.
we have a public safety work session scheduled for May. Okay. That'd be a good time.
Yeah.
At the work session.
Yeah, we told them May that we would get together because we didn't fund them, remember? So we were going to talk to them about, what we can do, plan of action, so we can get them fully funded again and get them back on their feet. That's all I have. Thank y'all very much.
Okay, Supervisor Thompson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. I'd like for staff to come back to the board in pretty soon in regards to a couple things for bringing back food tax and the cigarette tax. I'd like for come back and see what adjoining counties have done and bring us a couple options, and so that we can discuss it to go to a public hearing and make a vote on that.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes, I have a couple things, Mr. Chairman, if I may. One of the things that I'm going to bring up again, I don't like the fact that we are put in a position as a board to vote on special use permits with outstanding things yet to be done, like VDOT and VDH, and we're approving these things with the expectation that these things are going to be met, and we don't know what the outcomes are, nor do we have staff capacity or a code enforcement officer to ensure. And I talked about this with staff, and the staff response, I think, and I'm paraphrasing, has been that that's going to require the applicants to put out money, ahead of time in the event that we would turn this down. I don't know if there's anywhere to meet in the middle, but I have a hard time approving stuff when I don't know what the criteria is going to end up being or the outcomes are going to be on the things that they're going to be required to do with septic and with road issues in particular. So I'm going to be interested in finding out what feedback you, my colleagues, have on this matter. If you find it problematic, if you would think about that, I'm happy to bring it back up. The other thing is, I think Chairman Tatum and I both received a letter from a citizen that was requesting that we entertain exemptions on the short-term rentals, Airbnbs, as follows. They would like to request, and again, this is new stuff to you guys, I will bring it back up. that if you've registered with Franklin County and you've paid your one-time registration fee of $200, that the annual $200 is waived thereafter as long as the property owner or the host resides on the listed Airbnb property and within sight of the residence to ensure proper supervision. And that they made this request based on some of the other fees that they have to pay with occupancy, with Airbnb fees, et cetera. So my response back to this citizen was that I was happy to bring this to the board for the board's consideration and thought on this. So, Chairman Tatum, I'm not sure how you left it with this citizen. Same
I
thing?
told him I'd present it and let the board think about it and make a decision on it.
Okay, so I can certainly put these two matters in an email or to a note to you all to be thinking about after this meeting with follow-up to come. The other last thing that I have, and I've talked to Chairman Tatum about this, I'm getting a lot of requests for our work sessions to be live streamed. Citizens feel like they're missing out on a major portion of things that we do back in the conference room where we're not live streamed. And I think they have a point. We conduct a lot of really good discussions that go beyond just surface type things that sometimes we do in here. So I think Mr. Whitlow has indicated that I think, Mr. Whitlow, you said we have the potential and capacity to perhaps do that in B75.
I think the technology's there to do that.
So I would ask the board this evening, do you have an inclination to live stream our work sessions? And again, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'd really like to know.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, I think it's the citizens' right to know what we're talking about because everything we do back there pertains to county business.
Mm-hmm.
And I've asked for it live streamed before on certain meetings and have gotten it, so I know the capability is there, and I think it's important for our citizens to know everything's going on.
Absolutely. Our work sessions are open to the public, and we should be just as clear whether we're live streaming or what. We have the capability. I support doing it. How about this side of the table?
Yeah, I'm all for that. I don't have a
Good.
problem with it.
Ron, you okay? Well, I appreciate that. And if it be if at your discretion this evening, if we could ask Mr. Whitlow to take this to the next level and see if we can get this done. Mr. Whitlow, are you okay with that?
Yeah, we can have staff look into that. I think the technology's there in B75, and if we hold those, they are actually here in the boardroom, so it's just a matter of working with the IT department.
Okay, thank you all very much.
That brings up another thought. When I was trying to get in on that meeting, and all I had was static.
Yeah.
And I mean, period. I mean, I talked to Madeline on her cell phone, and I didn't move from my spot at the hospital. And then when she clicked it over, when she called back on that, we need to get this stuff. We done spent a pile of money here, and it's not working.
I agree. Maybe we need to have staff look at what we have, the infrastructure that we have in
I mean, if we're
place,
gonna spend all this money, it needs to be working.
and see.
I mean, I
see what
know
we need to do.
when I said something about it, it said, well, I needed to move, or it was the equipment, but how come my phone and hers, we talked and could hear everything? I mean, no question. And then when it called back on that, the whole time.
We've had problems all along.
I know it.
Yeah.
We need to get this stuff. We done spent a pile of money, and it's no excuse for it not to be fixed.
Absolutely.
That's all I have, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Nick Mitchell.
I've heard a lot of positive feedback about the SROs going, but I would ask that staff, since we did put a smart amount of money towards it, I would like to be kept up to date as to which schools are being covered and how much of that money is being used. Just something I'd like to know. That was a whole lot of money. I'm not saying it was a bad thing, because I've heard positive things, but we need to know that. That's all I got.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. The Ag Board met but I had a conflict and I wasn't able to meet with them, but I talked to them and they're still working on some prioritizing. They're very excited about the Ag Fair this year, and I think they're going to come forth with a lot of help with that.
That's a good
I want Steve and staff to know I'll be available to help with the Diamond Avenue extension issues moving forward, since I've had some past experience with that. I agree with Ms. Smith on these special use permits when they're coming before the board and there's incomplete information as far as VDOT and VDH. I'm going to find it difficult to vote for those in the future if we don't have completed information. And I would like for an update on the Grassy Hill trash compaction station moving forward. I asked for that during the budget process, and I want to see that come to fruition. That's all I have.
All right. Mr. Gundiff.
I don't have a whole lot to say, which is very unusual, but I would like to thank the people of our county. I'd like to thank our volunteers. I'd like to thank our paid staff. I would like to thank the sheriff's department. And one department don't get a whole lot of credit. They look after our young kids and young adults, is the Department of Social Services. I'd like to thank them also for what they do. I would like to see, I would go along with Mike about the compact station for Grassy Hill. Something needs to be done. It really does. But it is an eyesore when you go up through there. And so whatever can be done, I appreciate. And I'd like to be updated every time we're going to do something on the Diamond Extension Avenue, because I think that's something that needs to be addressed also. So, but other than that, that's about it.
All right. I saved myself for last. Makes it easier for me to remember what I have wrote down. First thing I want to mention, we passed an ordinance a few months back for solar farms, and we set a county cap on the number of acreage that could be designated for solar farms. But one thing I'd like to see us reconsider and maybe make an addition to our ordinance is put a solar farm cap as far as a size of an individual project. And what I'm thinking, we've already approved one siting agreement with Interjex on 40 West, and I forget how many total acres it was. But so I would think if we did something, we couldn't go smaller than what we approved up there. But I would like to see us put a cap, say at 175 acres or 200 acres, so that we don't have solar company coming in here in the future and maybe they get lucky and buy up 500 or 600 acres somewhere, and we're faced at looking at a solar farm that's covering 500 acres in Franklin County. I rode down through Pitt County just the other day through a section, and, you know, I've said all along, I don't like them. That's why you won't see them on my land. But you as a landowner, but I think we need to put some restrictions as far as how big we are going to agree to let them build. I'd like to get some input from other board members on what you feeling is on that, and we'll have to run it by Mr. Gwynn and make sure that we do everything the right way. But, you know, I like to give that some consideration, and maybe if staff wants to look into this and come back next month with some ideas. And but I do want to put that out there. Also, Mrs. Moore has been coming to us for the last couple of years, very passionate. And for the last few months, several months, she's mentioned the idea of adding a statue to the courthouse lawn that would be in recognition to the African-American slaves that left Franklin County and went to fight for the United States in the Civil War. And she's asked that this board consider some type of a statue in their memory. I'd like for staff to reach out to Ms. Moore and see what kind of ideas we have. not guaranteeing or promising anything, Ms. Moore, but we have to start somewhere. I like to see some ideas. I think that these people, whether they fought for the North or fought for the South, we had other people that fought for the North in Franklin County. You know, it wasn't just slaves that were lucky enough to get away. We had, you know, members of my family fought on both sides, and there are many others in this part of Virginia that in the same boat. And I think we need to recognize those people. So I like to get some ideas, and staff and you reach and communicate, and I'd like to get this conversation started. With that, I do want to thank our staff for the hard work. And we just passed a budget a couple of weeks ago, and it was, I will tell the people that are here, I don't know how they did it. Several months ago, when we were looking at the numbers, I said, there's no way in the world that they're gonna be able to bring us a balanced budget with no huge tax increase. But I will say, I have to tip the hat to our staff and some good luck and some real expedient work, I mean, hard work. But I just want to thank our staff again and for their hard, and we take it for granted. We're very fortunate here in Franklin County that we have the hardworking staff that we do, whether it's these men and women you see here, or whether it's the men and women in the other offices, or down on 619 at Sontag at Parks and Rec. We're very fortunate here in Franklin County. Our public safety is second to none. Our sheriff's department do a superb job of protecting this county. We're very fortunate, and I just want to take this moment just to say thank you to all of our staff here in Franklin County for all that you do. With that said,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, thank you for those comments on behalf of the staff and the whole organization. We appreciate those kind comments. And in regard to the other matters, I know there's a lot here on the list, and we didn't necessarily go through and take a consensus on all of these. I'm assuming that, a lot of these is reporting back information. So I assume there's not necessarily any specifically that the board would not necessarily want to do. Of course, we'll take some time. Staff will certainly report back on these. I didn't know if there's anything on these that may need an agenda item. The one thing, if I may circle back to Mr. Thompson's thought about looking at the meals of the cigarette tax, and certainly we can break that information back to the board, whether that's in a weekly communication, or if in fact we're looking at that as a board agenda item, or if we first just bring it back as information. I just want to make sure, clarify, and make sure we're meeting all the expectations in terms of the next month's board meeting agenda for all of these items.
I'd like to see it come back as an agenda item for us to talk on, and we can at that time make a decision on whether we want to go to public comment or not. In other words, there's no sense to prolong the thing, either way, it's to go or not. And I'd like to see where, I know some of these counties around here have really raised the taxes up, and it's, you take a lot of these, like Horry County, Myrtle Beach, they live off of that, and it relieves the burden for their citizens. And, so use tax. And we got all these, what was the last count? The last count, I remember, somebody helped me out, they come in on VDOT on Route 220 was like 28,000 cars a day. And, I just like to see what other counties are doing.
I agree with Mr. Thompson. If you can't reach out to some of the localities, I know Halifax just added a 40-cent per pack tax on cigarettes. I don't know what the other localities around have done, but just do some research and get back with us, and we'll put it on next month's agenda to discuss it and see where we want to go. Island is killing me, folks.
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask Mr. Grant, can we legally entertain new taxes without going through the budget process?
Yes.
We can, okay. I just didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, you can even change rates of current taxes.
Okay, I just didn't
Little
know.
known, I hope we don't do it, but we could.
Got anything else before we do the public comment?
I think,
Go ahead and do those now.
okay.
We're going to back up a little bit, pick up some items that we had to move over earlier, so that we try to get these taken care of. Upcoming events, County Administrator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some upcoming events, just let the board know that staff will be working on a stakeholders meeting with our regional partners on April the 25th regarding, you all have received an update on the opioid settlement recently, and of course there's opioid funds at the state level in terms of abatement. So we're assembling a team, if you will, of local and regional folks later this month, in fact next week, to begin that discussion on the possible projects and what that may look like. The good news is, in terms of the grant deadlines, it carries forward, so the money that's not spent now can be carried forward, so we're not going to miss out. Gives us some time to really decide what would work best for Franklin County and the best use of those settlement funds. We'll tell you on May the 10th, around that time frame, of course, Mr. David Rose mentioned this earlier, that staff will be traveling with Davenport to, I guess, if you will, reestablish and reaffirm the county's bond ratings and so forth with the credit rating agencies. And I know Mr. Tatum, you as chair, had a conflict, and so thank you, Ms. Smith, as vice chair, for agreeing to go with us on that. And we'll keep the board updated, hopefully, for good news with the credit rating agencies. Also looking at the upcoming CTB meeting that was mentioned earlier on May the 16th. I do understand that conflicts with our meeting that day. What we will do and can do, and I appreciate any board members giving us feedback. I think VDOT heard a lot of that feedback today, and we can capture some of that where at least maybe one of our staff members can try to attend on behalf of Franklin County, and certainly give that opportunity to get in front of the Commonwealth Transportation Board to express our concerns and needs for funding. As we look ahead into the month of June, June 14th, the Virginia Association of Counties will once again hold their regional meeting at the Franklin Center here in Rocky Mount. That's between 3 and 5 p.m. And so you'll be hearing from us on more information on that. Last year, they had a really good experience here in Franklin County, and they wanted to have it here in Franklin County again. So we will be reaching back out to you all. I will tell you on, in terms of the calendar, on July 31st, the Farm Bureau is looking to host another dinner meeting with you, the Board of Supervisors, here at the Government Center. That's on July the 31st. In addition, the thought and the idea, and we discussed this with the chair and the vice chair, and I think the Ag Development Committee, which is very active. Mr. Carter, you mentioned that earlier. It's an opportunity for that committee to also meet with the Farm Bureau and the board on the 31st, and the Farm Bureau welcomed that. We've since reached out. So that's July 31st at 5:30 p.m. In terms of other matters, I would mention to the board, and you've seen this in some communications that we've sent out with you all. While the board has adopted the county budget and the county tax rates for next year, we are still awaiting for the Commonwealth of Virginia to adopt its budget. That has some implications the longer the General Assembly and the governor waits. And of course, y'all have seen a lot of different articles and so forth. The latest that we're hearing and understanding is it's probably going to be late June. That may be the latest that I can recall that the state would have adopted a budget. That being said, the school system, of course, by state code, and Mr. Gwynn and I had this conversation earlier today, by May 15, they certainly have to have their budget wrapped up. They're not going to know at that point regarding the state budget and the appropriations. This board will need to come back in May and likely June to appropriate the budget and the budget funds, because as we all know, the majority of the county funds, part of our county budget, comes from the Commonwealth of Virginia through pass-through dollars, comp board, SOQ, et cetera. So I just say stay tuned. Mr. Nick Mitchell, as you all recall, and the board will recall specifically for some of that additional EMS staffing. I know this was a lot of discussions during the budget work sessions that we've had. Of course, the county has applied for the SAFER grants, the federal dollar grants that can assist with some of that staffing. We have since reached back out to the congressman's office, and we're still awaiting the latest that we've heard. We still haven't heard back on that. We're anxiously awaiting for that funding, but we will keep the board informed as soon as we hear that. In terms of next month's meeting, and as we look ahead, and we had some discussions, I guess, today, specifically regarding work sessions. I know at the conclusion of this meeting this evening, picking back up on the work sessions today, of course, Mr. Armbruster, we can have back regarding the housing activities that West Piedmont is doing, and we can pick up back up, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at the conclusion of the meeting on these other work sessions this evening. But as we look ahead in the month of May, we are tentatively scheduled certainly to come back and have the discussion on the school resource officer. Staff is working to arrange an upcoming meeting with all the partners that are involved in that over the coming next couple of weeks, and we hope to come back with information to the board at May 16th, as well as Mr. Ronnie Mitchell, you had already mentioned the public safety work session coming up in May, and we will be, like I said, we'll follow back up on that as well. Looking ahead to some of the work sessions before the board that have been mentioned, specifically on our facility study, Brandy Rosser is working to wrap that up. We hope we'll have that information. That may be looking at a June possibility of bringing that into a work session in June as we talk about the capital items and so forth. That's a big portion of our capital, of course, are the facilities. In addition, we do expect at some point in the next coming weeks to hear some updates from the school system regarding the Career Technical Education Center. And so look forward to that opportunity to hearing back from them in terms of where that project may be and where that project may be going. That also may be an opportunity of a work session or possibly another joint meeting at some point for an update. Also, we had discussed earlier regarding code enforcement and the opportunity there in terms of possible work sessions. And then in addition, we know that our Economic Development Office is working to complete the Economic Development Strategic Plan. And as I understand, we're looking for that to get wrapped up sometime this summer. So all of those different things at some point in time will likely take some meaningful time, if you will, and whether it's another meeting of the board or an afternoon, just where we have a lot of ample time to go over these things. So just want to keep that. That's a lot of different things that the staff is doing that we will keep on the radar. And then a lot of the other information earlier in terms of bringing back some of the other information under other matters that the board has. We'll likely be getting that to you all out in a communication, and then if it warrants in the consensus of the board on a meeting agenda. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a lot of updates for you there, and I can answer any questions from that the board may have.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Whitlow?
I have one quick question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Whitlow, are we going to be taking up our incompleted strat plan with our capital discussions, or is that going to be two separate things?
It's certainly the pleasure of the board, Ms. Smith. I think that's a good question. Certainly, we can do a separate work session. Again, the pleasure of the board. We distributed the report, the strat plan report, back in November. What I will say is the priorities of the board, those strategic priorities, we are utilizing those, if you all recall, both through the budget process when we presented the budget. Some of those priorities this evening in terms of the planning project, specifically on well-planned growth, some of the strategies were updates to the zoning ordinance and things like that. So it is a document that we are utilizing as staff, but in terms of, spending more time on that at the board level, I would certainly welcome any feedback or input, whatever the board may wish to do in that area.
I think as we go to New York next month, it would be really good to be able to tell the rating agencies that's some of the stuff that, I'll be able to share.
Yes.
Some of the deliberate planning that we're doing in terms, and which connects directly to our utilization of our revenue. So I would just encourage the board to think about, really getting this thing, doing a quick review of it, seeing if it reflects our current thinking and strategies, so that we can be in a better position to talk about our future.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Whitlow? Did you want Mr. Gwynn to have some opportunity to go over the,
I think Mr. Gwynn has a couple of items this evening, under his items.
He is looking a
He's
little
looking
bit
at me like,
bewildered.
what?
He's like, me? Me?
These are involved, these are.
I'm in the time and a half now.
I think he's going to talk about some ordinance updates from the Commissioner Revenue's standpoint that she brought some concerns recently.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Whitlow. I had the opportunity to work with Commissioner Revenue over the past couple of weeks to look at two particular items. One was the vehicle license levy and the fact that our ordinances were essentially inconsistent with the state code, which is always a problem. And then the other is we have not addressed food trucks from a licensing standpoint. And so the first fruit of our work, so to speak, is in your agenda packet this month, I think, and it's the vehicle levy. And what Ms. Torrance and I concluded was that less was probably going to be more for the county. And in that, everything that we had in our code was in the state code. So we don't have to worry about remaining consistent with it. We can just strike it from our code and rely on the state code. And so you'll see that there are two draft ordinances in there that essentially do that. And we would ask that you authorize us to go ahead and advertise those so that we can have the public hearing on them next month and see if we can't hear what the public has to say and then address that. They will benefit you in two ways. One is they will keep your exemptions up to date. And the second is you're going to be removing your vehicle license fee from an ordinance, and you'll be able to address it in your budget from a resolution standpoint. And it'll be a heck of a lot easier than having a public hearing the next time that you want to address any kind of change or modification to it. Now, on the food trucks, there is a statute that addresses registration for them. So we don't need to do much. We've concluded that basically setting the registration fee and requiring folks to register is going to be important. Beyond that, the state code takes care of it, and it'll be treated like any other license fee. There is a little quirk in the state code in that if a food truck is already operating in a county and has been registered there, you have to wait for 2 years after it was first registered before you can start charging a registration fee. But it doesn't mean that you can't require them to have a decal and that it would be free. And so our hope is that we're going to be able to put together a program with a brochure to educate the food truck operators on what their responsibilities are for registration and, again, as we get to our code enforcement officers, Ms. Smith, having folks who will be out checking, see whether or not they are registered, pass out the brochure the first time and say, you need to do this. Second time, you probably, going to get shut down if you haven't registered. And it's going to allow Ms. Torrance to build that base of information, get those licenses going on a regular basis. There are, obviously there's a registration fee, which is not going to be a large revenue amount, but you're missing out on a bunch of sales tax, and it's not fair to people, to restaurants and folks who are doing that. And if you do decide to go with a meals tax, you'll have another, there'll be another place that perhaps the meals tax will come from. So there are a couple of different items in the works like that I think are going to streamline how the commissioner's office works and also enhance a little bit anyway revenue.
Do those food trucks fall under itinerant businesses?
I've seen them a couple of years ago regulated under it, but because there's a specific statute now on food trucks,
Oh, okay.
that they've kind of, nobody's doing it that way anymore. We're all
Gotcha.
doing it under that statute. And I guess maybe enough people, maybe VACORP and VML went to the legislature and said, it's not working as itinerants, and
Okay.
let's say we can't. And that's why they have the 2-year thing and all
Okay.
that. So they're taking, it's more appropriate, I think, for the type of business they are than somebody who's maybe in a sales business or whatever that's itinerant.
Thank you.
That's all, I'm sorry, that's all I have.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Gwynn? Go ahead.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I know our Commissioner of Revenue during the budget process requested an additional position, which I don't think we filled. And we're piling more on her, and if we bring up this cigarette tax, sales tax, she point blank said, I don't have the staff to accomplish that. So we need to think about that before our discussion about these taxes moving forward. That's just a comment.
Anyone else? So we need a motion or consensus as far as,
No, I presume we'll put it in the agenda and we'll have the public hearing next time and advertise it and see what happens as far as the vehicle fee. And by next time, we should have drafts of the food truck, so then we can do that the next month. Okay. And just keep it rolling that way.
Good.
all right. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. I guess we're, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks or insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon a second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you call our first speaker, please?
Mr. Joshua Smallwood, would you please come to the podium?
Mr. Smallwood, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm not used to being on the clock, so I don't know if this is going to start for me tonight, but I'll attempt to be brief. I wanted to introduce myself. Josh Smallwood. I'm the new head of school at Christian Heritage Academy here in Rocky Mount. Initially, when I reached out, I intended this to just be an introduction and just to say hello. I've been in Franklin County for 10 years now. My wife and I moved back to the area originally from Henry County and chose to move here to Franklin County based off of what it has to offer for our children because we wanted to start a family. We started in the public schools and then transitioned to CHA as a family together. My wife is a teacher there. My two daughters are students there, and we do love this county as well as our school. My main shift this evening is to say thank you for your decision in your last meeting, the budget meeting, to approve a deputy through the end of the school year for CHA and the other schools here in our county. And I cannot tell you how big of an answer to prayer that has been for us at CHA. We do have two campuses now, one at Franklin Heights and one over here off of Glenwood Drive. And it's a concern that I hear as head of school fairly regularly. What are you doing to keep our students, our faculty, our staff safe? And we're continually reviewing that monthly. We met with the sheriff's office in November. Our staff took training from the sheriff's office in February for active shooters. And then you guys were an amazing blessing to the CHA community in your last meeting. And I cannot thank you enough for that. Hopefully you've heard from some of our families who have reached out and thanked you for that as well. I hope to keep the conversation going and to be a part of how to continue to keep almost 400 of your county's finest safe off of Glenwood Drive in Franklin Heights in the coming months. I also would like to point out that we've been in Franklin County for over 40 years now, and Lord willing, we'll be here 40 more. We attempt to instill good citizenship into our students and our faculty and staff and our community. This fall, they from our 3-year-old group all the way through 12th grade, blanketed Franklin County in a service project called the Heritage Project, and we intend to be a big part of this community moving forward, and would love to partner with you guys in any way possible. Thank you for your time this evening. Would also like to thank Sheriff Overton, Major Sigmund, Captain Holland, and our Deputy Sergeant Hodges, who has been received with a lot of warm welcomes and thumbs ups and high fives and parents calling him to the car to shake his hand. And thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Cannot express our gratitude enough. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Smallwood.
The next speaker on the agenda is Ms. Jessica O'Neill. She contacted us today and let us know she would not be able to be present due to a scheduling conflict.
Okay.
So I would ask Mr. Daryl Powell to come to the podium.
Okay.
I don't see Daryl.
What was that name again?
Daryl Powell. I don't see him here.
Kathy Cummings.
Good evening. If you will, state your name and address in the microphone, please.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Cummins, and I live at 3579 Kemp Ford Road in Union Hall. There are those who believe that Booker T. Washington supported the efforts of the United Daughters of the Confederacy to erect Confederate memorials. The Friends of Franklin County have argued that a letter to this effect, dated September 1915, was written by Mr. Washington to the UDC. Booker T. was a boy during the Civil War, and he knew to be polite to white ladies. He died in November 1915 in Tuskegee, Alabama. There have been no receipts found to indicate that he made a financial contribution to the original Franklin County statue, which was completed in 1910. Instead, the United Daughters of the Confederacy successfully solicited funds for the Franklin County Courthouse statue from Reuben Fishburne. This son of a tobacco grower in Franklin County joined the Confederate Army as a young man. Surviving the war, he eventually became a successful businessman in Roanoke. In later years, he generously used his wealth to promote the welfare of his old comrades in gray who fought with him for the lost cause, according to the history of Roanoke City. Most Confederate soldiers were poor, and they needed help. They had nothing to gain from the Civil War and everything to lose. They were fighting for a lifestyle enjoyed only by wealthy landowners and businessmen, made possible with enslaved labor. They were induced to fight with suggestions that whites were superior to blacks, and if the South did not win the war, then black enslaved laborers might seek revenge and strike back at the white community. That didn't happen. Recently, Governor Youngkin has agreed that the preservation of slavery was the reason for the Civil War. Furthermore, his administration has agreed that discussion of the Readjuster political party should be included in the teaching of Virginia history. For a brief time after the Civil War, thanks to this biracial political party, Virginia was on a different path, a path toward a multiracial society. Though the new public schools were segregated, other aspects of society were not. It was not until after conservatives won elections in 1885, defeating the Readjusters, that calls for formal segregation became loud. By the early 1900s, conservatives were demanding that the races be separated and black people disenfranchised. Historian Virginia Stabney wrote that Jim Crow was not foreordained. It was a deliberate decision Virginians made. They had another choice. They had the Readjusters. Franklin County has a choice. Continue to put Confederate ideology on a pedestal in front of the public courthouse, or stand up for equity and relocate this divisive symbol to an appropriate place. Thank you.
Ms. Glenna Moore.
Good evening, Glenna Hawkins Moore, Scenic River Drive, Snow Creek District.
The Franklin County Confederate statue was planned, financed, and erected between 1902 and 1910 by the United Daughters of the Confederacy. The statue was meant to serve as the face of Jubal Early's lost cause philosophy, which vindicated the officers and soldiers of the failed Confederate strategy. Early on, African Americans recognized something deeply troubling about a losing side erecting such large and imposing symbols during the Jim Crow era. A comment was offered at a Board of Supervisors meeting in 2020 as to why the courthouse lawn. The speaker's logic was the courthouse is where Confederates enlisted, but he failed to mention that the Franklin County Courthouse was also the site of inhumane acts towards enslaved and freed blacks. The Franklin County Courthouse is where free blacks were ordered to register, show proof of their emancipation, and a detailed description of their age, height, and body features, including scars. They were required to carry certification of their free status at all times and were liable to punishment or imprisonment on suspicion of being a slave and not free. The Franklin County Courthouse is where over 700 Franklin County slaves requisitioned by order of the President of the Confederacy to work involuntarily in Confederate fortification camps. They were examined like cattle, appraised a monetary value, and transported to Richmond. If they were damaged, the Franklin County slave owners would be compensated. And the Franklin County Courthouse is where U.S. military officers reported injustice towards blacks in the Franklin County judicial process during Reconstruction. The Franklin County Courthouse is where, in my lifetime, colored and white water fountains stood as symbols of white supremacy. Once again, I suggest the Confederate statue, divided into 3 sections, be placed at the High Street Cemetery, where it will receive proper respect for those who fought and died for what they believed. But since it's not, I respectfully ask Board Chairman Tatum to request the Snow Creek and Town of Rocky Mount board members to meet with representatives of the Franklin County United States Colored Troop Statue Committee. Mr. Nick Mitchell and Mr. Mike Carter represent districts with the largest number of minority citizens. Thank you.
Marshall Jameson.
I don't see him. I think he left.
I have no additional speakers.
Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to the board at this time that did not sign up? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out, taking part in your local government. At this time, the board has some other business that we need to take care of.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
the fair home housing thing we never went over.
that's what I'm getting ready to go to.
We're gonna do it back there or out here?
I'm gonna leave it up to Mr. Sandy. You wanna do that here, or you wanna go back and be 75?
It's up to you. I have it prepared over there, but I can put it here if you give me a few minutes.
I just know there's people here for it, and I just want to be respectful of them because they've been here for a long time.
Yes.
Yes, there's people here for it, yes, sir.
If you've got it already set up, we can go back to B75. Mr. Thompson?
We'd just like
you
to
have
invite, make sure we invite them back there, yeah.
Yeah, it's open.
I'd just like to, something that came to my mind when the gentleman was up here speaking in regards to Christian heritage. Mr. Smallwood. I'd just like to get staff to check in and make sure that Christian Heritage School, as well as the German Baptist Community Schools, are included at the fair in school days. I don't recall them being there in the past. I think they should be afforded the same opportunity as everyone else to be there. Just came through me when he was up here talking.
Okay, so.
I plan on going to the next meeting anyway. I'll make sure that comes out there as well.
There you go. Anybody else has anything, we'll reconvene in D75.
Try to
and,
take it meeting over there.
a 5-minute break in the process, and anyone would like to join us, just go down the hallway, hang a left, and see us back here in B75.